his name, send him the document again. By virtue of that second document, the insurance company is also owing him 10 million.
We are no longer owing.
We are still owing him. Because by the agreement, we are owing 10 million.
But we transfer to
insurance company is also owing 10 million. So practically, his asset portfolio has become 20 million. On paper, he has doubled his money overnight. Because he has two valid creditors owing him 10 million. At least on paper. Because, believe it or not, money is agreement.
Okay.
Money is agreement.
Yes.
Not like money.
Money is agreement. Right? So, on paper, why I say so is because if he has a third party who believe in the insurance company and believe in us, he can use that 20 million document to borrow 15 million. Let me put that again now. On paper, if he finds a lender who believes in the insurance company paper and also believe in the paper we have issued him, he can use that 20 million agreement to borrow 15 million.
Borrow 50 million.
50. No, listen to me. Just release your brain. Let your brain flow. On paper, he now has documented proof that people are owing him 20 million. And I said, if he finds other lenders who believe in the capacity of the two creditors, he can trade that credit to get cash by borrowing against those expected deliverables. So he may have given us 10 million, turn around and use the paper and collect 15 million. Return the 10 million where to bid from and begin to trade it with the 5 million. Please announce that the YouTube link is on the WhatsApp platform. Okay, please, if you want to get onto this program via YouTube, go to the 6 a.m. club. You will find a link to the YouTube because we are streaming this program live on YouTube. Thank you very much. Do you understand what we're explaining? All right. Now that is how money works. I've explained from time to time, money is anything accepted as value in exchange for goods and services. Mark the two words there. Anything accepted as what? Value. So if that investor who has given us 10 million finds another lender who accepts those two promissory notes as value, he can trade them in exchange for cash. That's the concept of assured investment. That's the primary concept of assured. The nitty-gritty of the implementation of the assured invest is much more complex. It's something that you will get to understand as you go. But what I'm giving to you now is a high-level overview of the assured investment methodology. It's a system of leveraging insurance products to provide security for financing startups or financing large-scale infrastructure projects that conventional banking not finance. The uniqueness of what we have done is because it's a hybrid. because the full implementation of the assured invest requires understanding 4 parallel financial sectors, namely money markets, 2, capital markets, 3, insurance market, and 4, development finance market. The 4 different financial sectors you need to understand. 1, capital market. 2, money market. 3, insurance industry. And 4, development finance industry. Because the full implementation of assured investment methodology, insurance and development finance industry. The full implementation involves these 4 different sectors. The biggest problem, why nobody could have seen what we have seen, is because these 4 financial sectors usually operate in silos. They're parallel. Capital market is regulated by SEC, and all the stockbrokers, investment bankers, and so on. Money market regulated by CBN, another silo. Insurance regulated by NICON, the Nigeria or National Insurance Commission, another silo. The development finance is usually a government purview, is government business. You have 4 different finance layers, everybody on his own express road. Moving like this. And not seeing each other, even though they are in the same room. Even though they are in the same room. So we needed to navigate through the 4 lanes to see that, these people are not seeing that there is a meeting in order to solve one problem that we can collaborate together. So that is how we came up with the concept. We are hoping, by documenting it, I'm hoping that we can have a proprietary license to it. We don't know whether it's possible, but we're trying. Lawyers are working on it and still working. Hopefully, we may get a document that says, oh, we've invented something new.
If I can use it.
If I can use it, contact us for license. All right?
Yes.
But until we get there, we're using it already to create products. And the first product that we are going to market with now is the Assured Invest Trust Fund, which is the Maistrade Cooperative Trust Fund, based on the Assured Invest financing methodology. It is a methodology that is based on both aspects. What we are launching tomorrow, the first fund, which is a 100 billion naira fund. That's what we are launching. 100 billion naira fund. It's a cooperative fund, so it is operated within the cooperative law of Nigeria. The of Maistrade Multipurpose Cooperative Society Limited allows us to create a fund.
Allows to create a fund.
Read it, you have a copy. No profit, no harm, no gain. So we find it under the state cooperative act. It is there and by law. It has also created fund. It's closed. No harassment from anybody whatsoever. Provided you are a member of the cooperative, case closed. All right?
Yes.
The whole policy of the fund can be created was well explained in the document. So as long as the fund we're wanting to know, therefore, is a cooperative fund based on the bylaw of the Maistrade Multipurpose Cooperative Society Limited. Case closed. And the fund is operated based on the assured invest financing. What it means is, of that 100 billion, 50 billion is going to go into the assured investors. And 50 billion is available for the cooperative to one lend to. For you to access the fund, you must save 6% of what you are doing. With the cooperative, if you are involved in agribusiness, or 12% of what you are looking for if you are involved in non-agri business. Further breaking it down, 6% is only applicable to primary agriculture. Secondary agriculture, no, 12%. If it's trading, 12%. It's as simple as that. We are still better than all other funds because other funds will ask you to do more. However, if you are borrowing 10 million from the fund, you can only draw down 5 million because the other 5 million is used to arrange security for you. Because you are a member of the cooperative, we are giving you concessionary interest. We are not charging the interest the banks are charging. While the banks are charging you 37% or 38% or 40-something percent, we will only charge you 12% a year. Period. If you are a cooperative borrowing from a fellow cooperative, we will still give you a further discount by charging you only 9% as a cooperative. But with the understanding that you cannot charge your member anything higher than 12%. It's as simple as that. To further secure us, we then insist that you can only sell the produce you are farming to us. You cannot sell to a third person.
It's not compulsory.
It is compulsory.
It's compulsory.
Yes, it's compulsory. And you must sell to us. The security on its own.
The security on its own.
Yeah, because if it's not security, you can take 5 million. Since you apply for 10 million, we approve 10 million for you. Put 5 million that should invest in trust fund. Okay. And then give you 5 million to go and farm. Now, what stops you? What stops you from taking the 5 million, farm, sell, and find your way to Canada and leave us in Nigeria? Wow. You understand what I mean now? Good. So that compulsory commitment that you should sell to us is a further security to ensure that that interest that we are dependent, because now the structure is such that, so for the benefit of people who just came in, I might like to repeat what I just said. Okay. All right. What we are launching tomorrow in Osogbo is our first fund, series of funds. It's called Maistrade Assured Investment. $100 billion naira fund based on our assured investment methodology. And that methodology says If you are looking for 5 million naira, apply for them. Because we will give you 5 million and use that 5 million to buy a security that will guarantee the lender that you will get his 10 million naira back at some time in the future, whether you succeed or fail. I'll be initial. Lender is sure of his principal investment. But then what happens therefore is interest, because 10 million naira today and 10 million naira 5 years ago is not the same thing, no?
No.
Because of what? Inflation. So the agreement we have with you, therefore, is take 5 million to do, but service the interest on the 10 million to ensure that the lender will get benefit. Does that make sense? Good. So while you have 5 million out of the 10 million as your brother, you're supposed to service interest on the entire thing. So if the transaction therefore is 12% a year, means you're going to be paying 12% on the 10 million, which is equivalent to like 12% times 2 on the 5 million you do. So in a layman's language, therefore, it's like borrowing 5 million, pay interest at 24% per year for 5 years and walk away. Because you already have an arrangement that will pay back your principal at the end of that same period. It can't be compared to what the bank can give you. It's not comparable. Because first of all, in Nigeria of today, you will not get 5 million from the bank at 24% interest. A lie. Not possible. I speak up. Monetary policy rate of central bank now is 27.5. So no bank will borrow you money at 24%. Irony, not possible. Plus, you also pay back the principal. Yeah. So what we are offering therefore is not comparable to what the bank are offering at all. It's not in the same league. We're in different world completely. First, we're offering you money at 24%, but we are saying 24% interest only, without any obligation to pay any principal. If you find that anywhere else in Nigeria, come back to me. I'm sure you won't find it. That's why we're saying it's not an offer open to the public. It's an offer only open to members of it's within our closed user group. It's not an offer you will find in the street. Right? Now, to further protect our position, therefore, we then said you must sign an agreement that the produce you are farming with money must be sold back. Further protection. Because if we are the one buying the produce from you, we can now reach agreement with you that anytime you are selling to us, let us keep a small percentage of sales proceeds in a special account that will service interest. We want to chase you. But as long as you are farming and selling, there's nothing like chasing because we will just take a percentage of what you sales proceeds and keep your interest servicing account, serving the interest of the loan over a period of time. And once that period is over, all of us will say, thank you very much, thank you very much. I'll be answering. See, nice business with you. Our creativity and thinking outside the box is what has brought us to that position. Any question? For those online, I hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, please type yes on the question on the group, on the Zoom group. If you can hear us, please just say yes. Yes, we can hear you. If you have any question, please you are free to type it. Our team here will pick up the question and pass it on to me or to the member, and we can answer you. That's the product we are taking to the market. That's the fund we are unveiling tomorrow. And we will start taking in more applications. Whether a batch of people who have already applied will attend to the ones who have applied before they apply to these who are making new applications. But let us now make it more interesting to you. Over the years, we'll find out that the most important and difficult part of accessing this type of fund is that equity contribution of 6% or 12%. That's the most difficult part. Because the farmers don't even have the 6% or the 12%. We've now come up with a better solution. If you don't have your 6% or your 12%, you have two options. If you have a property that's acceptable to some third-party lenders we are working with, they will accept the property and lend that 6% on a margin credit. What margin credit means is that they are borrowing that 6% for your product, your project, but they are not giving you the money. They are giving the money to us inside the trust on your behalf. Then, over the 4 weeks process, you qualify for the loan. But when you qualify for the loan, the first drawdown that will happen on that loan is to take that 6% and pay back to the person who got the money. Practically, the person is only lending you money for 30 days. Or, worst case scenario, 60 days. We would guarantee you, because we are guaranteeing him, number one, the money he is lending or investing on your behalf will not leave the trust fund. Because all we need is just to show your commitment. That's why we need that equity condition in the first place. So we are guaranteeing him that, first of all, that equity is not going to leave the trust fund. Second guarantee is that once you get funded by a trust fund, we will deduct that money from his money and pay back you who's lending the money. The money comes back to him. Of course, it back to him. So we now have some lending partners who are willing to work with us. Some of them actually are banks who have now said, oh, if you have this framework that's working now, we're willing to lend to your members to be able to meet that equity contribution. At least we have two banks, one a microfinance bank and one a commercial bank, who is saying, in the framework you have built now, we don't see any risk. Because banks like business that does not involve any that is risk-free. No, not everybody. Some business are risk, they look for risk by nature. You got a hedge in it. But banks no. But it's understandable because banks are dealing with OPM. You know what OPM is? Other people's money. It's not their own money. So they are risk averse. They don't want to take any risk. So that possibility can be understood. So we have at least a microfinance bank and a commercial bank who have looked at our operating model and now say, you know what? This looks good. With what you have now, we are willing to borrow you that 6% or borrow your farmers. That's 6%. One of them, microfinance bank, says they are willing to borrow the money without asking for any other collateral. But the commercial bank says no, borrowing is borrowing. And in our book, anytime we are borrowing, there must be security, aka collateral, to back it up. Even though the money we are paying you is still with us. But the money has left our position in treasury and has now entered your account, even though the account is with us. Said, okay, no problem. We can also help you arrange that security so that you can access such loans. But that only makes sense at higher volume transaction, not in the micro level. So that is the framework of the form we have put together, where we can help you raise the equity under two conditions. That you have the property for that to happen, so that you can meet the conditions of the commercial banking side, who needs property to back up that lending. Or if you're doing micro and you are borrowing from a microfinance bank, then you have to be able to pay the fee of that microfinance. So they will charge you a fee for that lending, even though that money is still within protection. Can you check if the Zoom is working? It's working, all right. All right. So this is the further good news we now have for members of the cooperative who have joined the cooperative, to understand that even if you have not saved that 6% or 12% on your own, there are further solutions that can help you to get that 6% or 12% qualified access. Yes, please.
Okay. My question is, in light of all this analysis you've done so, and knowing fully that within the ecosystem, within the Nigerian system, such a concept has not existed before. So definitely, what is the provision of Maistrade as against the mad rush in the next few months? Do you understand my question?
Yes, I understand your question.
Because what meets the market now,
Yes.
shall be a mad rush.
Yes.
Is there any provision by your organization?
The person where go carry dry wood for person where go carry dry wood for inside bush.
Yes.
You go dey fear ant. How will you go call am? The person where go carry dry wood for inside bush.
Okay.
Now you go ant now, because ant must hold am. Ant must hold am.
Exactly. The provision of the organization. In order, because at a point, I must be sincere to you, bank will be envious of the organization. Number one. Number two, banks will report the organization to financial authorities, for which the law of the of the cooperative law has protected. But what are you doing in order to, in order to manage the excessive rush at that point?
Several things. Like the question. Several things.
Number one,
we're building a network of coordinators in every local government.
okay,
Because our coordinators will become the face to the public. So our website, our portal will be up tomorrow. If you it will unveil tomorrow. Oh, yeah, but it will be up to date. All right. If you need to talk to us, you will see a database of all the coordinators with their pictures and their telephone number and the local government where they are. Call them. Don't call Benjamin again because my phone will be up. So when you go to the website, go to the local government that you are resident on. Find the telephone number of the coordinator in that local government and call that local government, who will then do what we call the first layer profiling of who you are. Now, when you cross that layer, there is a senatorial coordinator who oversees the local government. There's a state coordinator who oversees the senatorial coordinator, and there's a regional coordinator who oversees the region. Those layers are designed to manage the avalanche. That's layer one. Layer two, we also have what is called aggregators. Aggregators are licensed financial institutions who are interested in now taking advantage of the platform we have built and create their own fund for them to manage. And for us, the first layer of aggregators are other corporations like us who want to work with us, who will then come to, okay, I have 100 members, I have 200 members who want to apply for this loan. I want to take this money from you and then online to them. No problem. Aggregate whatever they are looking for and come to us as one cooperative. You can take the money. We will give you 3% discount on the interest. So we'll give you your money at 9%. You unlend it to your members at 12%. So that we do the traffic that will be coming to us directly. Number two. Number three, a microfinance bank also who sees what we are doing and is interested and say, okay, yeah, this looks nice. Oh, I think I have some customers I want to support. Can also come to us, the microfinance bank, and say, I want to borrow 5 billion, I want to borrow 10 billion, provided it's ready to meet the condition that we have stipulated. We'll also borrow that microfinance bank at 9 billion, provided that that microfinance bank cannot lend higher than 12%.
How do we monitor?
Our system will monitor it. They cannot lend more than 12%. Go to it. Because we will not allow them to take it at 9% and mark it up to 50%. You're wrong. No great. David will explain to you in details how we do that monitoring. When we convey the platform, you will see the ecosystem we have built over the years. Also, when a microfinance bank takes money from us and want to online, you must lend in that 12% interest. Now,
so as you are building such a system, I think you added the features that will control their access, security, making sure that they don't really tamper, with the working system of our system. Because if you don't do that, now they can bypass all the technology, especially in computer. Very, very important to have a security creation that will ensure that any creator will not be able to specify or get it. This point I was telling you concerning somebody that called, it was in that now really. So I told my counterpart that look, they are not going to allow him to ask them. He was asking questions that was very suspicious. And I said, he said I should be forward and I should be forward. So sorry, that is that question. Then I said, I default for transferring to you. You told me you've opened it. You told me you've gone through it. But you did not see the other information which you thought was privy to me. I said, okay, just wait. Call me back in the next 10, 20 minutes. I relaxed. All of a sudden, got blocked. After I blocked me, I waited. When it was an experience, I now unblocked him. I said he couldn't now complicated with telling me that he couldn't access my ID model. So such a thing is very important. So that people who are borrowing not important.
I would like David to comment more on what Mobile is building to ensure that we can go to bed and sleep, that the bank cannot but we will do that after.
Before David comes, you have it at the back of your mind that the short run is where the profitability of our organization lies. But once we get to the long run, a lot of players will have entered into the field. Now, what is Maistrade provisions to make sure that even if other players enters in the long run, they will not be affected? You understand?
Let me ask a question. One, the market is big.
Okay.
Left, we cannot service. So, do I want to run a monopoly? The answer is no. I don't. If a bank come today and say, Ben, can you help me set up a fund using assured investment methodology? My answer is right away, sign the contract and pay the fee, and I will do it for you. Very simple. I'm not arguing it. Just pay the development cost of what it takes. If you don't want to pay the cost, you are very free to go and experiment the way we experimented and learn the road the way we learned it. When you have gone yourself 10 times on the road, you will come back. Where did I do up? We're not no, I'm not interested in monopoly. So what I want is, if you want to adopt my assured investment methodology, you must pay me a franchise.
Because that's what I'm going.
Yes, you must pay me.
You are not going on the monopoly.
Yes.
The franchise is not necessary.
Exactly. No, I will franchise it to you. I give you the 100% access, but you pay the royalty.
However, if you're franchise, that's a shield.
The problem is implementation. It's not knowing what is there. I will open up my books and show you everything. But the book they gave me in 2006, it took me 7 years to understand the content. So if you are ready to study the book for 7 years, go ahead. No, but if you want me to now use the sense I have learned in the past 21 years of trial and error, and so on and so forth, then you must pay for that service. It's as simple as that. But as to the concept, I'm ready to share it because it will be good for humanity. Now, let me show you something I encountered 6-7 years ago. Lloyd's of London. I spoke about what we're doing. The guy invited me for it. That drilling me after asking. He said, Ben, we have an offer. What did he? He said, Lloyd's will do an audit of the assured invest methodology. Then it was called the invest. And they will write a report on the assured invest and put their own stamp on it. That they are endorsing it. And that they will send the report to 102 countries where they have offices. And that their offices will submit that report to the government of the 102 countries. For that consulting job would cost me $2 million. If I had the money, I would have paid them. Because if they do that report and submit, you can retire. You can retire. Your great-grandchildren will chop the money.
Because possible now.
I see how the man's contact. I spoke to him 2 months ago.
Wow.
I'm coming to London in April. Once I arrive from the airport, I'm coming to his office straight. I want to make him an offer. What I'm trying to make therefore is, if you think that only us can eat this elephant, you are joking, no?
Elephant is a big animal.
you are joking. So when you kill an elephant, You need to call the community to eat with you. But when they are eating, you put a toll gate before they can come inside to eat.
They have to pay
toll fee to enter. Exactly. Exactly.
Elephant is not easy to
So it's not easy to clean in the first place. So, I have answered your question.
Yes.
So it's not about monopoly, no. But it's about maximize. But you are right. We can maximize it because we understand it better because we developed it. And besides, when they are coming in, they are coming at the level of kindergarten 1. We don't enter advanced level.
Yes. Yeah.
So we'll receive the market even before we'll receive all opportunities that they are not seeing. Because the places we have, believe it or not, we have assured invest application for insurance industry, different. We have assured invest application for the capital market, different. We have assured invest application for banking sector, different. Massive is the word, which is why I'm saying that you can't drive the aeroplane alone. No, when you drive an aeroplane, as they said, at that plane they go, so there are many companies investment involved. I'll give an example. Do you know have you entered a vessel before? No. This massive vessel who travel ocean line. Huh? Nobody buys an ocean liner car. It's not possible. It's not possible. When you want to buy an ocean liner, go to the manufacturer, design, you pay for design. The design, you have put the design. Then you now make a deposit, usually 5 to 10% deposit. They will not take the design and your deposit to their banks. I didn't say bank, banks. And say, we have a customer who has designed a vessel and has paid a deposit. We want to build it. Can you now invest in this vessel? 20 years investment or 25 years investment. Because the vessel itself is the security for the investment. So the manufacturer and his banks will now raise the balance 90 or 95% of the number. Build the vessel and deliver it to you. A condition that for the next 25 and 30 years are paying balance. So as that vessel is moving, the money of the manufacturer is inside. The money of his banks is inside. The money of his suppliers who gave him items on credit are inside. All of them are waiting for 20 to 35 years to collect their money.
They're all shareholders.
They are all shareholders. That is why the biggest bank in the world are the banks that finance vessels. Don't they get past 3 or 4 offices? No, because when they invest in one, the money could be 20 to 35 years. When you hear Lloyd's of London, Lloyd's Insurance, Lloyd's Bank, that is their business. Financing vessels all over. You know they get many of it. And you know why their business is good? Because that vessel is self-collateral. Once they do it, they will be using the vessel to borrow money anytime they want to borrow money as security. From other sources. Welcome to the finance world. So that is what we're talking about here. We were able to leverage that in several ways.
On the final notes, so to take your time.
We're not taking my time. That's what we're here to do. Go ahead and answer your question.
On the final notes, I mean, at the back of your mind that the lending rates at CBN is 28%. So
I'm listening to you, yes.
And we are coming in at 12%. So don't you think the CBN will look for a way around this interest rate because it's going to affect their own market as well. So what are we going to do in respect of mitigating the forces from CBN as against Maistrade interest?
Well, we don't play in the same market. We are in what is called development finance market or the impact investment market. We are practically two different. In the market where CBN is doing 40% and 7% commercial bank, but they still go to World Bank to borrow at 2%. This one that federal government is borrowing for World Bank, you know what interest is? Sometimes 5 years, sometimes 10 years, interest 2%. Interest 3%.
Why are they giving it to us?
No, I can't that question. I can't start. I can't answer that question because I'm not in that business. When you meet them, ask them the question of why. No, so they're not the same market. There are different markets. But we also do not want to play in the money market. We want to stay in our field, development finance market, which is why from day one we have been up our mind to remain cooperative. We're not interested in banking licenses. As my friend has mentioned, we don't want to be under Bofia. Yes, please.
If the farmer, after their harvest, their produce must be sold to us. What about if the person that borrowed the money another business which is not agriculture? What are they going to sell to us? You know, maybe they use it for other businesses.
But I tell you something.
Yes.
But they must say something. Whoever is borrowing money to produce must be producing something, either a product or a service.
Okay, you don't buy. Yeah, not that only is limited to only agriculture.
It's not limited to agriculture, of course. But whatever you are producing, either a product or a service, we must know and have that market. Sitting between you and that market.
I still have another one. Maybe.
Remember, when we say you must send to us, doesn't mean that we are going to eat you. Even on the agricultural side. Now, when we say you must, it doesn't mean that we are going to buy the bread and go and keep it in our country. No, we are also going to sell it. So whatever you eat, you are borrowing money from us. Whether it is a service or a product, we must know where you are taking it to. We block to sit between you. So even if you, let me for example, now you have a friend inside of United States, want to build new city, and you want to build a house like California and what is it called? New York, no problem. But you, any people who want back, you come to us, not to you.
So you're going to be the middleman.
Wow, we are very good at being a middleman. You stay in the center. We put David there, just be the gateway. Anything, it's a gateway. That's what it is. We are not much priority. It's a gateway. That's also why anybody who enters the team give me credit card. We're not spending cash, spending electronic money. So we are seeing the money is going after. As in going, we are taking our commission on every transaction.
So I have one for you. In this area that talking about the interest, maybe I borrow, let me use myself as a case, but maybe I borrow money, maybe I just borrow 2 million, and at the end of the day, I discover this 2 million is not enough for me, maybe to start my business or boost my business. I decided, okay, let me rush up and pay this 2 million before the time frame given to me. Is that possible?
It's why you're rushing to pay the 15 million. We don't spend the 15 million. It's not a take more.
I still want to take that. Okay.
You don't need to pay off the old one.
That's what I want.
Because we justify that. Because the demand for your product to show that you are not meeting the demand man of the world. In fact, how did you go call us? Now we go call you. Wow, there's opportunity in this your market you are not seeing. You can expand this business because the more you expand, the more we make money. That's true. The more you expand, the more we make money. This is good. I like that.
Maybe final one. Okay. Concerning the question that you are showing, I all ask you the question. How solid?
Don't care about copyright. First of all, I don't have a copyright.
This will be hard.
No, first of all, understand it. I don't have a copyright.
Because it doesn't want to be able.
I don't. The lawyers are working on it, but do I want the answer? No. Because I don't want to be a monopoly. I prefer just having 15% of the market share of a very big market than having 100% share of a supermarket. I prefer a percentage of a bigger market. So from the one, ACBS is already completed in Ghana. Before this year end, we completed in Kenya, South Africa, London, Singapore, New York, and Benin. Just to market the franchise. Anybody who wants, we encourage you. Come and take the idea. But as you are going, a reality coming to us.
You are talking about money market, but we are talking about development. In development, the more the people, the better. The CPA are going to talk about money market and want to be.
But while this is going on, Davis Gateway getting bigger.
So that production is more.
Becomes another Amazon, another Google, because the gateways of where you can collect money, it's not global, it's not Nigeria.
So money should be coming in dollars and pounds.
Both in cities and they call it
access of human beings. It's not all yellow. It's not bad.
information.
That's not the greatest access, but we don't know.
As you speak to you now, our friend in Shanghai, so the incorporated investment in Shanghai. In China, Fabio. Another one in South Korea is ongoing. Another one in Singapore, Malaysia. The elephant is big. So even if it is the toe you get, that's something.
Sir, it's just like a power of leverage.
Very good.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. That session is one of the goods.
So that explains to you what Assure the Press is and the fund we have created, which we are. We're doing a soft platform. We're not going to make too much noise, but we will use it for the initial beneficiaries. Then after we have demonstrated that initial beneficiaries for about 3 months, now it's operational, people are already, then we will do the bigger launch, maybe in Lagos.
Next thing.
I said maybe in Lagos.
Yes. I told you. Yes. No worries. So the signal has done a very wonderful. There's no doubt about it.
Let us clap for
methodology. Now is a taboo for any regional coordinator not to be able to explain the assured invest methodology. Hello?
Hi, sir.
It's going to be a taboo
Yes.
for every regional state coordinator that will not be able to talk about assured invest methodology. So you can just be in any gathering, I will call on you. Please, the Abuja coordinator, can you help us talk about assured invest methodology to our people? Not to even talk about a regional coordinator. It's going to be no. It's not going to be a good one. So, and that is why I like this program. And at the same time, you need to take note of every bit of what we are saying, so that you have the confidence to market Maistrade anywhere, even when they wake you from the sleep. I know many calls I receive every day on this assured invest of the things or not. And once we do soft launch in Osogbo tomorrow, your phone will ring go. Your phone will ring from morning till night. That is one. Two, we will be unveiling the website. Your name will be there. Your phone number will be there. People will be going online and be checking your numbers and be calling you. So anything you don't understand now, talk. Oh. Hello? Hi. Hello? Hi. Anything you don't understand now, talk. Oh. Yes. Because once the thing is on page, your phone number is there, your name is there. People will go there, they will call you. Madam, we saw your name online. You are the regional coordinator for Southwest. What do we understand by assured invest methodology? What are the products you have on that assured invest? What are you selling? What is it all about? Is it taboo if you are still calling another person? So if somebody call me now on the assured invest, what do I tell the person? What do I tell the person? So, and that is the more reason why I'm appreciating this meeting and the explanation of the CBO on the assured invest methodology. And I believe as time goes on, we'll be understanding more things about the whole process. Now, we'll now go to part 3 of this meeting. But before we go to the part 3, I will avail us about just 10 minutes to have a recess. Just move around, stretch your leg, stretch your arm, move outside and move it. The reason why I'm saying, why I'm doing that is that we are going to the bylaw. And that bylaw, is voluminous and it will take time. So take time now to I've asked our CBO, our CEO of Maistrade, that he didn't prepare any biscuits, any sweet, anything for us, any cola that will not be dosing while we are relaxing or listening to this. So as it is now, we have just 10 minutes. Or you have a question, sir? Okay. Okay, sir. Yes, that this transaction. Okay. Yes, sir. In writing. Okay.
Instead of writing, let's use, I'm sorry, sir, I'm not talking. Maybe voice notes.
No, not voice notes. All these things you are doing is on YouTube.
Yes. It's live on Zoom. However, for coordinator, there is a complaint of it's not new. It's written. We can share documentation with you. So let's just document and it is available on audio, it's available on video, it's available on anybody who can share it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Imbato, the regional coordinators. Thank you very much. So, in the next 10 minutes, let's have a short break before we enter part 3 of our session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? All of us ask the bylaw something with us. So we want to go to on part 3 now. Part 3 is about part 3 we have the bylaw. We have the review of Maistrade Cooperative or Federation bylaw, number 1. Number 2, identify the 6 states piloting promotion for federation. Then the 3rd one, agenda for all activities in the pilot state by promoting the state federation. So we have 3 agendas in part 3. So let's start the first one. So the first one is review of Maistrade Cooperative Federation bylaw. Review of Maistrade Cooperative of Federation bylaw. You all have the paper with you. The second one is identify the 6 pilot federations. Then the 3rd one, agenda for all activities in the pilot states. So we'll call on Mr. Ben, the CBO, come and do the review of the Maistrade Cooperative bylaw. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Thank you very much, everyone. We're back to the session of our program today, where we are going to be reviewing the draft bylaw. Now, let me put some background to this. What we are creating is a federation or federation. This is what the law says. Nigerian law is based on the Cooperative Act of 1993 as reviewed, adopted from the first Cooperative Act of Nigeria 1997 Act. Now, that act recognized cooperative at 3 levels: local government level, state level, federal level. What the law says is any 10, 5 people, depending on the state's law, can come together and form a different type of cooperative. It can be trade-based cooperative, or it can be multipurpose cooperative, it can be professionally based cooperative. There's also consumer cooperative. But any 5 to 10 cooperative together and form a cooperative at the primary level. Primary level can be either state-based primary cooperative or local government-based primary cooperative. Now, once you form the cooperative, that's the primary institution. The institution now 5 to 10 primary cooperatives can come together and form a union. Then 5 to 10 unions can come together and form a state cooperative federation. All right. Primary cooperatives are formed at the primary level. 5 to 10 primary people can come together and form a cooperative at the primary level. So primary level can be states or local government. That is the foundation of cooperative. Now, 5 cooperatives to 5 to 10 cooperatives can come together and form a union.
5 to 10.
Yes, come together and form a union. Then 5 to 10 unions can come together and then form a state federation. That is the apex at state level. Now, at the national level, cooperative evolve, which means you cannot walk into the national office and say, I want to start a cooperative. It only evolves from cooperative activity in states. So now, Nigeria today have 6 federating regions. So 6 cooperative federations at state level can come together and now form a national cooperative. 6. But the 6 must be from the 6 regions. In other words, if the 6 states of Southwest come together, and say they want to form a national federation, they will not agree. Because the 6 states are for one. So the 6 state federation coming together to form a national federation must be from the 6 different regions. At least one of which. It can be 7, it can be 8, it can be 10. But
the federation of states,
yeah,
are the one that come together.
good.
A
federation of states spread across the 6 regions. That's the one. A federation of states spread across the 6 regions is what can come together to form a national federation.
Does it apply to states?
No, state is different.
What I'm saying is this.
I understand what you mean. State don't insist. They don't insist that you must be tried. Because state is a small unit. It doesn't matter. But at the federal level, they will insist that the 6 states that is forming the national federation must be spread across the 6 federations.
If I might understand very well, you are now saying that the state does not need to spread across the region before they can form a state federation, have you?
Across the local government.
Across, no. Across the federation, across states. So, because if you want to form national now, that means that 6 states across the 6 regions are the one to form the national. So, meaning that if you see 6 states, federations from different regions, you're okay. That's 6 states.
See, the 6 states. Okay, I think Dr. Mbato can help us. All right.
Since you are working at national level, what was required there was that each geopolitical you must have a representation.
Yes.
Each geopolitical
Correct.
must have from the board members.
Yes.
The geopolitical produce one board. Then each geopolitical zone produce a vice president.
Correct.
So, political region.
Yes.
Why will have one national president? We have 6 vice
Yes.
across the city.
It is the most democratic structure in Nigeria. Don't know.
That like that.
Yeah.
Means
Yeah.
federal government
We not approve it.
But the president that's in the board can come from any of the.
we have one president who can come from.
Then vice 6 regions. vital. That's how. Now we are getting it clear now that at the national level,
Yeah.
that is when states from 6 geopolitical zones will come together to form the nation. I mean, but at the state level, it's just 5 to 10 unions are to form state federation.
Alright.
Irrespective of any local government.
Irrespective of any local government.
So now, what you are now saying for the national federation of education is to have, are we to have 6 vice president like he said?
Yeah, we are not in that level. We are talking about management now. And
Okay.
first of all, to even sponsor the registration,
The document now.
must be signed by 6 state federations, which must come from 6 geographic zones, 6 regions of Nigeria. If you send the application with 6 and 4 and 2, they will return. It can be sponsored by 10, though, not by 15 states. But what they are looking is to ensure that there's representation from the 6. So, yeah, the national.
Like it's 15.
Yeah, even if it's 15, and one political also is missing. That document is coming back. It's coming back.
It's really political.
So it can be 24, provided there is representation from the 6 the political zones.
That's not interesting.
Do you understand that? Now, that is the essence of this meeting, to ensure that every political zone, as the coordinator, live here with a mandate to submit one state as the sponsoring state. No, to submit minimum of what I can more than one.
Minimum of
one state for each of the federation. So,
if I might summarize what you are saying now. If I might summarize what I'm saying,
yes,
each region here must be able to produce at least a state federation.
correct. You are not fix the nail on the head.
Each region
Yeah,
must produce a
state federation.
So how do we produce a state federation? It now means now in a low 5 to 10 people can come together to form a cooperative.
Bam.
So that means that in a local government, about 5 cooperatives can come together to form a union.
Yeah, correct.
In a local government,
yeah, he's right. Yeah.
Or 10 cooperatives come together to form
a union. Go.
Then
wait, he's right.
Meaning that 5 to 10
local governments,
5 to 10
union, in 5 to 10 local governments
5 to 10
can form a federation at the state level. Correct. That's the
situation whereby I only have 6 years.
That's cooperative. See local government. Actually, this we don't in this league. This is what we're talking. Let's see. No, some are not considering everything. Let me tell you how bad it is. Everything cannot represent North Central in this equation. If you submit the application, God put everything as not legal.
Now, This is the open
Yeah.
law.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, meaning now that each state coordinator now should go home and make sure that at least 5 cooperative within a local government are able to form
A union. Correct.
and out of the 20-something local governments within the state,
Find 10
community needs just like 5 to 10
to form a state federation. Wow. Very good.
So, meaning now that local governments, cooperative in local government, 5 of them can form a union.
Very
Like
good.
exactly said that. In a local government, in a FCT now, let's assume the local government has 6 cooperatives. Area council.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take Osun.
Don't use Abuja as an example. Abuja is not qualified.
Baba, means now that in Osun state,
Correct.
we have 31 local governments.
Yeah.
So out of 31 governments, in each of the local governments, we should be able to have 5 minimum of 5 cooperatives.
Forming a union.
So those 5 cooperatives now will come together to form a union.
Correct.
So each local government will have a union.
Correct.
At least within the local government, we only need 10 out of the 31
Wow.
to form
A
state
federation.
federation.
Correct.
Meaning now that 5 times 10, 50, I mean, that means we need 50 cooperatives spread across. No, not necessarily spread across the state. As in, give us 10 states, 10 local governments that has union in all the local governments. Are you with me?
Yes.
Meaning now that a local government that should be at least minimum of 5.
These are the reports. These are the reports. These are the reports. Okay. The law
Yes.
varies from state.
State, okay?
Some states it is 7.
Some states
Some states it's 5. That's why I use the word between 5 and 10. In some states it's 10. So it depends on the because this Cooperative Act of 1993 and the Federation is localized in every state. Every state of assembly passes the law on that state. For them, add Jara, and for them to put Magi and add Noki. So it's important that the state coordinator get a copy of the state act of that state and read it and send us a copy. That's where you determine. That's where you determine what number you need to make up that. But as far as I know, the state does not say it must be spread across all the territory. They don't insist on that one. You got the point, no?
I get it. Yes. Any question?
Just want to begin to just explaining straight. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
About the local government, how they advance and support us.
Yes. And then this morning, I just a country.
Three cooperatives to form a union. Wow. Okay. The assignment now is each state should get the bylaw. Each state should get the cooperative bylaw.
Not the bylaw, the cooperative law of the state.
The cooperative law
for the federal law
of the state.
Yeah.
And forward to the regional.
Yeah.
The regional should forward to us at the national.
Yeah.
That is the assignment. Cooperative law. Then at the same time, work towards the state federation. Yes. I want to see the first states that will form that.
Some states already have.
Some states.
Some say doesn't need to.
Among us.
Hey,
Are you sure?
people, are you already have it?
I don't care.
Are you have
Who else?
Kogi have?
Ogia.
Lagos have?
There is three.
Lagos no one.
What are they?
But Lagos no.
How about they those started?
Lagos is complete monopoly. Lagos, they clever. I mean, we take the government to create the monopoly. So instead of the ministry managing it, they now create last profile, Lagos State Cooperative Federation, and make it a monopoly. So that anybody who now want to come to federation, they say no, but it's not in the law. Why do we give? Why would you want to do? It's not in the law that you can only have one federation. But Lagos State politicians has muzzled the ministry to their pocket. So if you go to the ministry and say, what? The ministry say, no, go to last conference. That's why I did last conference.
In Southwest region, we remove Lagos State.
It's not even to Lagos, not of Lagos. Lagos, because the politics of Lagos is very expensive. Too much. So, for Southwest,
We are watching each other.
are you very okay to represent Southwest?
Yes, sir. Sir, can you recap on the area of the local government coming together, forming individual, those
No, it's simple, it's not complex.
Okay, sir.
Now, cooperatives at the primary level
Okay.
come together to be together. Depending on the state, you can be 3, you can be 4, you can be 10. Combination. That means you have primary society comes in. Now, the unions come together and form.
I think how we come back.
Most states are against fire. We just don't do it for that.
Oh,
Yeah, most states are against fire. And the fire is 7. Right? Most states they don't. Southwest is most of the Southwest is so primary society form union form state federation, and state federation form national right? So that is how it's done. You can ask the question now. Can we know directly the region that we can fall back to the 16th record? Among the 6th region now, which kind of people are that have a union already there? So I can fall back. Southwest, done. Southwest, and that's the Southwest. Or your passes. North Central, Kogi pass. North Central, Kogi very pass. All right. Now, Southeast, Anambra has something, but I don't know how serious they are. Anambra used to have, so maybe they're still operating very well. So I'm still need to check Southeast. No, who will pass in South South is the one that I don't have information. Delta used to have. I don't know how serious they are. But yes, Delta used to have. So we need to find out. The last person that I don't know. Though I don't know. Yes, we do not have River State. Aquarium also might have. Across river. So finally, two of them is very important. That is what we have. And not central. The two that I don't have anything on, that I don't know the politics and what is of that is northeast and northwest. These are, and unfortunately, the two countries are not here. But I know that Musa is already doing something very seriously. Musa Ibrahim is the northeast. Yusuf is Kaduna. I don't know exactly what is on ground. So those two are the ones we need to really put energy on. All right. All right. Now, When you now have those cooperative federations, I think you need to be the one who's going to follow up this particular action.
Okay.
When we have the 6 or more federations that are going to be the sponsor, the 6 federations at the state level must have read this bylaw.
The 6 federations must have read this bylaw
and adopt it in their meeting and send us the minute of the meeting where it was unanimously adopted at the federation level that they have read this bylaw and adopted it.
Okay.
So that when we are submitting at the federal level, leave this food matter. This is more important than food. Now, when you are submitting on the federal level, you will submit the minute where this bylaw was adopted. And you must submit the minute of the past 6 months of the meetings of the state federation. Submit it together.
Yes.
One of those months, there must be the one clearly marked where this bylaw of the national was adopted. Now, we will now, apart from those minutes of the states, we will now submit at least 3 months meetings of the national committee set up by the 6 states where we met like this. And adopted, who are now the ex-officials of the National Federation as proposed. Are you following? So we will now show that, okay, well,
Are you following me?
This one now we meet now, it's our first meeting.
Yeah.
The minute will be developed, and this was what was agreed.
Yeah.
It is assumed that at this meeting, everybody from the state has submitted the minute of the 3 past months. That is the assumption. The one for April, which month is now? April. So we would have submitted the one of January, February, and March. When we are meeting again with the next one, we are meeting again, so that we are submitting total 6 months activity. They would have seen the record to show that for the past 6 months, this federation has been operating in principle even before we apply for license.
Meaning now that you cannot apply for this license after 6 months.
You cannot apply for license until the first week of July, assuming that this thing starts from January or December. Then we can apply in the first week of June if we can have the power to show that we have the existence in December.
If I understand you very well now, that means that 6 states that we adopt, we do a minute of meeting for the 3 months. Yes. Meaning that
we are food network, so don't worry. Yeah.
meaning that the 6th state we adopt, we do a minute of meetings where this bylaw is adopted. One, after being mandated, that's from January.
Not the stuff exactly. Yeah.
They will now combine together.
Wow.
This has to be adopted.
Correct.
And now there's the remaining 3 months.
Yes. Correct.
So now, those states, the 6 states that we are going to use, can you please name them?
We don't have them yet. I see them in the fight.
So now, we've got it on your.
Oyo?
We've got it on.
Correct.
Who else?
I don't do we are sure.
In fact, will give us house out.
The way, yeah, no, the
Give us house out.
Correct.
That's not for us. I wish they don't. Please try. So we have 3 out of 6. We have 3 out of Osun is not on Southwest. Then who should
I said, but at least you must have one. That's important.
So now let no central work on the heat and work on Niger. How many do we have? Southwest. For now, work on Osun so that we have Osun and Oyo in there. Then South.
Yes,
Yes, the aim is to get one. Without Southeast.
South is not here, so we cannot talk for him. It's not here.
Not East,
Not here.
not West.
Not here. That's the most one we're existing there.
South is good, right? Southeast.
Which correct? South. And they go reach them.
So
What of William, your man?
let's assume that give me something now. Military. South, North Central, Southwest. Now we are now waiting for others. North, Southeast,
Not
North,
East and Northwest.
No, if I unite them, can you? You know the seriousness. One step at a time.
You get the point.
You get the point now. Yes.
Oh, now, this bylaw,
Yes.
it's very, very important. Because this bylaw is what actually makes Maistrade a national bank.
Okay.
It is this document that actually makes us a national bank. And all you need is signature of the executive secretary and the staff. Everything we can do and we cannot do is captured here. This is why it's important that anything we want to do in the future, we must put it here now, in either plain or coded. Because if you don't, any day you want to do that thing, go back and change this law.
You have to refer to.
And to change it, you must go back to the origin, the way it came. You must go back because all the sponsoring that time, you know the dangerous part.
You don't know your value.
At that time, it is no longer sponsoring federation that was approved. No, all member federation was approved before you change. Hey. So as somebody said, assist that sponsor, but then 32 of what if you want to change thing on that document, all members must approve in their state federation meeting for the bylaw of change and national level.
I will read them again. I don't listen.
You see why it's important to read it very well.
Yeah.
That's why it's important to read it very, very well and ensure And what you want to do is capture there at the time you are creating it. And make sure that you get them to approve. Because even themselves know when they are reading it, they read it with a microscope. Those civil servants, they read it every sentence, so they read that. What do you mean by this? So what do you mean by this? What are you?
They are not serious when they want connection.
Yeah, exactly. That's the language. When they want something for you, then you know that they are very intelligent. They are very intelligent. They know what they are doing.
If it does not concern them, I'm not serious. But what you
But once you concern them, and it's a transaction, oh, they can be very thorough.
all what we serious. Oh, but I will come back, but no way to see
Different eye. The job for more and the job is go to feed, not be the same thing. But if you go to Abuja with the right encouragement, the approval can happen in 4 weeks.
Yeah.
But if you go with the wrong encouragement, 5 years, that's still reviewing your.
You're still reviewing your paper, not complete. Just like getting an approval from school.
Everything, every document.
Right? So, but now this is why I wanted to review this. David, it's important that you read this because everybody should, but our unique, that's that you need to know. It's another important you need to know. At the national level, they will only approve you as a national federation if you are offering something unique. If you are coming to just do what other
Is it a law or by wish?
It's not a law,
But by wish.
but they have created different monopoly. Like if you come and say, oh, you just want to do micro credit, you want to do it's not like foundation do that. Go and join their thing. Why don't that? What's the way you do? Until that the temperature gets to change. The new one come. You can't come back again. Very time you come. No, that I've attended to me. You go and join. Case closed. But we have a unique focus, which is going to be a multimedia living cooperative powered by social media and IT. It's unique because it's not easy. You need skill to do that. It's some level of infrastructure. And you don't really understand how that industry works very well. And they know that that industry can make money. But they know too that you need, it's not industry where you don't make money anyhow. You need some technical skills. And we've been interacting with them now since here. So they know we have the skill. That is why with this we apply quite very good. But we then need to also demonstrate as a team that we are what we say we are. Which is why the infrastructure we're launching this week now is very, very, very. Because since we have been talking, but now we're doing it. You can see us doing it. My team now working there and say, look, these are 300,000 members, these are the database, these are the email, these are the KYC. Once you do that, they will even be begging you, say, why don't you come and work for other cooperative? This service, others need it. Because the last time I had a meeting with them, they have between 19 and 21 cooperatives. Yeah. Between 19 and 21 cooperatives. The data, paper, don't know what to do. No central, no central. So if they see a potential with the capacity to do that, they know that can solve them. That's why we also want to take advantage of that and be a first mover, and then build a credible social register that can then use show a test case. Because if we have built a credible social register for our members, and we're already using it to operate, and we are locked into one bank or two banks and other federal government agencies, oh, they will definitely with us. Better to do something. That's why this is very crucial. So we might not be able to do an actual physical one-to-one review, but we want all of us to, especially with David, the input is very important here, that we can, once we are done, then we'll send it to our lawyer to us, then we will find out us, then before we can then have
professional and the input from the individual. However, that physical work,
that physical work of mobilizing, organizing the framework is very, very. That one you cannot. There's no shortcut. You cannot bypass it. And in doing that, also, it's important too that we carry the state federation and state institution that's managing cooperative level, because they will call them. You know this is who you are state. So yes, so they will call them state by state. So at that state level also, we need every state coordinator to begin to interact like a kitty now. Anybody call it kitty knows, because the commissioner who's overseeing knows us. They ask us for our details. They try to find out who we are and so on. Had a person, had a person we had before, I know her. So that's kind of thing we want to have in everything. That when we begin to meet inquiries about asset level, we don't say, oh no, we know that. Oh, the application we see much faster. All right. So, can you call it African done justice to this now. You have the soft copy, right? I'll send you soft copy. So you need to look at it. So, yeah. So that's the structure I give you. Huh? I don't think work will work. Oh, fine. Then that's fine. Yeah, we're going to. Okay. All right. That's really good. Okay, so that's fine. So, I mean, the part 3, I will cover what?
No, we cover we are now identifying the 6 promoting states.
Yeah, we will factor them.
Then agenda for all activities, pilot states. I guess we have done
that yet. Basically, the major thing that we need now is identify states that are compliant, minimum of 6.
And start working on it.
And then that's
also the kind of thing work on them. Becoming more familiar with the official terms. There's one I would like to present the major.
Yeah, the national I have a copy of that. And I will send them to you. In fact, we don't work there. It's actually 1947. See, that's the original one. That's the one. That's the repeat. They don't tell it more. When they call them the free. When the thing, when they come back, they call them R. When the cook comes, they are not changing anything. They are just now amendments. Take the faith. All right. So,
let's move to part 4. Let me introduce part 4.
What is part 4?
Part 4 has to do with our program.
Okay. You have a program.
Yes. That one, at least we will relieve you a bit.
Yes, I need to rest.
We need to rest. Yes. Part 4. We want to. Part 4 is about. I guess we all understood the federation's state, have we? The part 3. Well understood. Oganata, are we okay?
Yes.
Okay. So now we want to go to part 4. Part 4 sub 1 says dry run of what is happening in Osogbo tomorrow, and 2 test run of the Maistrade portal. So I've changed it. So dry run of what is happening in Osogbo tomorrow. So I'll call on Mr. Itua, the Osun State Coordinator, to give us a breakdown, full detail of what is happening tomorrow, because so that we will not ask questions to chip in what we are supposed to chip in, what we need to do, and what that has been done, preparation made so far, so that we will be able to prepare adequately for tomorrow. So the state coordinator for Osun State, over to you, sir.
Okay. Who is asking to maybe kind of
We are all. Oh, you're not fighting for the Southwest. You're fighting for your own vision.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Ambassador Michael Litchfield, the state coordinator for Osun State. Concerning our seminar that is slated for tomorrow, Saturday, 2025. So far, so good. We've done great jobs across the governments, across 31 local governments in Osun State. Our local government coordinators have been up and doing, and they reached out to farmers and farmers cooperatives, farmers association, and also written letter to government officials. We have the Ministry of Commerce and Cooperative, we have Ministry of Youth, we have Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. We send them the event letter and they acknowledge it for us. We have some notable Royal Majesty that will be coming. We have the Oni of Ife. We have the KBC of Osogbo. We have KBC of Mudakeke and some other KBCs across the states here also. Across the states. And we have some high-ranking fathers and spiritual fathers, both for the Christians and the Muslims. So talking about the invite, sent over 40-something invites out to notable people, notable government officials and HRM. So we're expecting them tomorrow. And we actually got feedback from them as at yesterday and the day before yesterday that they are not coming, they will send representatives. So that's about the dignitaries that are coming. And like I said, our coordinators have done a fine job across our government. So we are very, very set to have a splendid and a day tomorrow, God willing. As of this moment, the Osun Central Senatorial Coordinator, Osun West Senatorial Coordinator, and some local government, they are presently at the hall doing the sitting arrangements. I just got it about 10 minutes ago thereabout. So they are doing that. And the issue we had in Osun has been settled about 3 minutes ago. the parties. We will solve that membership registration with them by 5 o'clock this evening. So we should not have any issue by tomorrow. So as regards the nationals that are coming, I guess we are all here. Life. So far, so good. My deputy secretary, we are very, very good to go as far as Osun State is concerned. Thank you so much. Is there anything you like?
Yes, one question to ask.
Okay.
I requested for the list of all the places.
Okay, I can send that to you right now.
Because the other program has been completed.
Yes.
That been completed.
Yeah, I have a soft copy.
Another question. What's all of
Okay, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's the ability of the just the seminar or launching?
Okay, I think tomorrow's program is back. We're having seminar at the same time. We're having launching of just as Mr. David has said, mobile and our website. And tomorrow, it's Mercy, we shall be having a check as well to about 7 cooperative bodies that actually apply. Okay, that's several that apply.
I don't know the lines, right? I know. So if don't
one thing I used to tell you is my name is Michael.
Osun has paid their dues.
Yeah.
Osun has actually paid their dues. That's why we went to why going right southwest? One of the 6 states in southwest that we went to bank on 2 months ago or a month ago. We went to all the 6 states. We discovered that Osun were able to, they did something spectacular. We went there for a short meeting. They surprised us with a larger meeting. So immediately we finished with that larger meeting, they backed that meeting up with an action.
Beautiful. Papa.
They backed the meeting up with appropriate action. There's an adage that says, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with what? It's there.
You
We are at Ekiti is trying their own in their little way, but we are still trying to see how to perfect it. We went to Ondo in their own way. Well, they tried to do all the good, but at the end of the day, they came to us. There's no problem about that. But when we got to Osun, we've been to Ogun State. Ogun State too tried, no problem. But Osun side is third. And that's why Ogana said, of all those 6 states, which of them have been able to take the rest states? Those 6 southwest states, they will not elect. Osun is the one that will give the unveiling. But now, come to North Central, we are still coming to rant the whole 6 states at the same time. We are coming to all the 6 states.
I think that would be the place.
Yeah, so by the time we talk all the 6 states, yeah, they will now be today. That's why we do right now. That's how we pray is forgive.
Osun does not wait. Now let me see before they take action. this is one of the things that I get. A lot of them, they want to, let's is it true? Is it that?
Or it's not being seen.
Really.
What's that?
But you say the action immediately. They have this one side that this is something this is another part. And I say I'm there.
The nail happens. The eyes go up. Okay. Now, on the final question. See, this is what I'm asking of this question. I'm not going to get to go to now. It's without the stages. It's a prayer. You have to back up prayer.
We are backing up. We don't back up.
So, what I'm saying in essence is that all the invitees, the list of the people.
I've just sent it to you.
Okay.
I've sent
Before
it
them
to
to
you.
collect money. The other programs
I've just sent it to you.
it has been okay.
Ask another question.
That completed. The all we are going to use, I hope it's not going to be like the one in those days.
Okay.
Because the more we use in Ondo, we pay a very good amount of money. But I think I will see college there. No AC, no fan. So this one, wait. This one I'm trying to take my time to explain is that the kind of dignitaries that of the CPR has invited, we cannot afford to pay that go and bring fan somewhere, go and bring fan. We need an AC like this. And that's why I'm asking you, what are the provisions concerning the hall? That is, by the way, you answer that. Then, when we got to, this is why I'm saying this is that we'll be able to talk the whole of Southwest, so we'll be able to take the comparison and the experience we got it from there. We got to one of the Southwest, we are expecting about 500 to 1,000 participants. When we go there, we have hit at 300. I won't mention the states. No. You cannot get it. So we will not get there tomorrow. Now you'll be telling us that they are coming. Let's shoot another tomorrow. They are coming. Let's shoot another one. They will soon come. Let's shoot another. Because the CPO wants to give and making.
Let me support my guy. See,
Let me just
yes, that's here.
I think I have more questions.
concerning the concerning the oil you mentioned, sir.
Okay.
By the grace of God, through my own taste, we've gotten the lovely oil. And I must say that, or let me say, I can be sure you guys will enjoy the same AC you are enjoying here at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, by the grace of God. As regards the restroom, we have a lovely restroom. You understand?
Yeah.
It's a lovely oil. You understand that their standard are okay. I can assure you of that. Then concerning the participants, like I said, we have tried our best. Our local government regulators have really done well. Our sensitization are also wide, and we expect to have a full or
Okay, Baba, you want to ask?
So I'll get us okay, but now we know that as we are here,
Yes.
preparations that are going on are being communicated to us.
Wow.
Tell you.
Let's give or show a round of applause. Yes.
So we not when we say that they are not just thinking about that. Now, sincerely, the computation, I'm telling you that such and alarm. I don't want to talk. So we are about to beg the regional government that want to actually prepare for genuity vote. The past is gone.
Yes.
Future is for you.
Yes. The state coordinator is here. Can relate the message.
Oh, thank you, sir.
That is Madam Tari.
yeah, thanks.
Yes.
The next question.
Okay. My next question is, considering the dignitaries that are, how many of them have you reached out to remind as a reminder that tomorrow is the date? How many of them?
Well, as at yesterday, Friday, our contact persons were actually on that. The state welfare officer got in contact with PAs to all these commissioners. So concerning the Royal Majesties, I believe we must have done justice to that.
Thank you very much. Another question from the audience.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my presentation today,
Yes.
I need to explain. Like a projector, to be very large.
So, I say, organic question for you.
What I want to don't have time for seminar, very those hours then after all no, we have reversed that model. You know the address of people who last one to me. Who last one? We want to discuss Maistrade product when the big men are there. We purposely plan it that we discuss the use of the rich when those big are there, not when they are gone. But if you go to the typical seminar, the news will only cover when the big men are there. And the main content of the seminar is never discussed when they are there. Usually what is discussed, who read message from this man. Thing that does not concern him the whole thing after they are gone. And because of that, the press do not report the main content, they report the speech of the businessman who came. Because at those ones that are going, press is following them. This still content. So that's why I'm moving to ensure that we use the opportunity where they are there to discuss the main thing that
in the light of that, are you listening to me? Yeah.
the press. Don't will be here, but our own media partner will provide. Okay, I have a question. This kind of setup. What's okay? Very, very good. Yes. Because if not, one means I'll be carrying the face one, and then nowadays I'm going to face another person on that in another section, stuff like that. So I don't know how we're going to manage.
I have called and told that we need a cameraman that will cover the whole event. It's not us that will be going from here and so God said we can use your phone. I said no.
To be very independent.
We need somebody stand by that after the program where kids and we send to office.
We cancel that. Probably I will contact the person because after our 6 a.m. meeting, we agreed to use his phone.
No.
Okay.
Even for the live program,
Okay.
we are being broadcast to my YouTube.
Okay.
This is going to be.
Would have carried me along because I told him I said,
If the CPU said that,
I thought you had the meeting that morning.
that's all.
It's not too late, you can still get that.
Yes, because only for people, the whole of the capacity and limits that.
Okay.
Or when they see
Already answered the question.
If it's more at the same time, there is this important issue that I want to face. This is what we encounter in some of those states to visit. After talking to people, like Oga actually said, the important people will have come. Okay, the remaining remnants that remains, that wants to open account and that want to register, will not be running after the state coordinator. Where are the forms to do registration? They are nowhere to be found. The time you say is that we cannot see form, we cannot see them to be giving us excuses. So in each of those states, we are not able to register a single soul. Why? Because the state coordinator said, one said he forgot his file, he missed the file inside the bed. Another one said he forgot his file at home. So we're not like, so what do we do there? So we don't do anything. So I guess tomorrow, because when we finish tomorrow, is there will be a massive rush for registration. What is your preparation?
As at this moment, looking at our plans, our initial plans, we don't really have any plans to register for tomorrow. Let me tell you the reason why.
Okay.
But it can be changed now. Because in our canvassing to people, we made them understand that we are not just looking at your money, we are not looking for your money. Come and hear what this program is all about. Come and understand it. Once you understand it, you can reach out to our various local government people just to make it look very well. You understand? We are not trying to collect their money. Come and listen, come and hear what the program is all about. That's why all our local government coordinators will be on tag tomorrow. Done that already. Yes, done that. So done that already. So if you are from Oriade local government or London local government, go and locate your local government coordinator, get his contact, and probably follow up with him after the meeting. So we don't have something that will make the issue of grant. You don't understand me? To repeat itself that we have come to look for money. No. I don't understand it. So that's
My suggestion. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't have like money and stuff like that. So collect that.
Which is true.
So that is so.
Those who are invested in
Those who are interested, they're not asking to pay now. Go and give it. So you remember that local government follow up. So that
the forms are submitted to them.
right there. So it wouldn't be the job of you now that wants to register. How many calls?
And I've still used my money to be calling.
No, sincerely speaking, if you know what.
Not everybody will know what they want. Not
That's why they are coming to me. That's why they are coming to me.
Let's talk about that. It's too much.
Okay.
So yes, come on.
Okay.
Some people
Sorry. No, that's it.
in affirmation to voice. We are certain locations. We have more. We are certain locations. We have more. Really best. The goal of this session is to get the people for them to come and do what they say. And many do that. So many people are seen. So it's not easy, but it's much better. Because he said, business, even when they're called, the distance, how the phone will get to them. Because the but at the ones that are available,
Oh, you put there. Okay.
How many people you send forms to and ask them to print it out?
Pay themselves.
So my recommendation, you ask them to print it out, scan it.
Let's have this one coming. Yeah, please.
My recommendations.
It's less than fun.
I will only ask for permission from the National Secretary. Can we have a temporary form designed and not our own form? Because our form looks kind of cumbersome. You understand? We might not have that much time to explain to them. Can we just do something temporary? Yeah.
Anybody who is interested, go to that thing. It is a name, phone number, local government.
And that's for those that are interested.
Don't have to pay for. Don't do so that
I think I would like this. You understand? Which are you expecting? You understand? I can quickly create something like this. Do you understand me? This is also.
Fine.
You want to pay their own.
No problem. You have a channel for that. That won't be a problem. You understand? So I will create something like that. I think that would be better. That would be better.
So,
I was thinking of creating probably just 5 or 6, 7 questions. You understand me?
For those who are involved, that they can be. They are not your coordinators and help most.
No problem. Thank you for that.
then another important thing, very crucial. Is it possible for us to run through the other programs?
Okay.
So start small.
Okay. The first on the program is the opening prayer.
Yeah.
The second is the recognition of victories.
How many minutes?
Sir,
How many minutes?
we did attack messages. Then number 3 is welcome address by the state people.
Welcome address by the state of
Then number 4 is our journey so far by the CBO. Number 5 is opening address by Sajemi Lubanjo.
Or C or opening address. Opening address for home mobile.
It should be general opening address.
That is an opening address by the CPO.
That was journey so far.
Yes, journey so far.
Okay,
Then there is another opening address by the CEO of home mobile.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe introduction.
Introduction to home mobile. Fine.
So my work must correct.
Okay, then
Then number 6.
number 6.
Unveiling of the major 3 products of Maistrade by Mr. Dejari. Then number 7, introduction to Assured Invest by Mr. Samuel Akara. Then number 8 is unveiling of the Maistrade platform. I don't know if that is okay, I will have to edit this. Then the number 9 is presentation of checks to applicants. Number 9 is presentation of checks to applicants.
Okay.
Then number 10 is vote of thanks. And number 11 is closing prayer. Then at 12 midnight you have our amendment.
12 minutes.
Yes.
Sorry, number 11.
Sorry, sir.
That's all you want. Oh wait, the last one that I said, that was a good.
So that number 5 should be introduction to home mobile, right?
Yes, introduction to
Now, and the introduction, the
no, let that be an introduction.
You don't get that.
I can't introduce
Home mobile and start on something on this. So that's the only correction that we use. Introduction to home mobile. Thank God.
We mentioned two now.
Sorry, no.
Two corrections.
No, just one. Sir?
Two numerals.
What's introduction are you talking about? I'll show you a different introduction. We only have two introduction types.
I am platform that powers.
That is not going to be introduction. You're making a
No, I'm introducing OMobile. OMobile is a separate entity.
I know it's a presentation you are doing. It's not an introduction. If we introduce it before you present it,
It is, let me explain it. What I did here earlier today, 10 minutes, talking, giving you the basics of what OMobile is, what OMobile is trying to do.
And still going to talk about
That's what an introduction is.
the portal.
Then later, I can now have 15 to 20 minutes to talk about the portal.
what I'm saying is why not every works?
It can be done. There are two different things. There are two different things.
Yeah, so
No, what I don't want to say that that's one thing. This program, and nobody's giving any gives one.
No.
No, we just want nobody's saying.
At least our program should not take more than 2 hours. 2-3 hours. Maximum.
Me, I believe tomorrow. That's what you mean. Me, I'm going back to you.
Sincerely. By if you start on 11 on the dot, by 1 we should be done. Sincerely, by 1 we should be done. By 1 we should be
Calculation.
Then how we have done so far.
done. Our journey so far. I'm the one doing the welcome address. Our journey so far is done by yes.
You are somebody chairman.
How also the same time we were playing.
It's one of the platform.
No, it is not. Let me see. Let me read through it again. Number 1 is open prayer. Number 2 is recognition of the dignitaries. Number 3 is the welcome address. Number 4 is the business of the day, which is our journey so far by the CDO. Number 5 is introduction to OMobile by Mr. David. Then number 6, unveiling the major 3 products by Mr. Adejare. Then number 7 is introduction of assuredness by Mr. Samuel. Number 8 is unveiling the Maistrade platform by Mr. David again. Then 9, presentation of checks, both of thanks and prayer. The splits.
That's good. I guess I'm suspecting this. Talking about what OMobile is. But after the back of the everyone I create their own. What's the thinking?
And how it has to do with Maistrade.
Now the platform is going to be very different, which will now form of OAU and protocol over the now this platform is people over is going to work, and this one. That's what putting part both together. If you thinking that what you can see on the mind.
Because of my own bike.
So that's
You start calling that out. Yeah, exactly.
the reason why the solution is important is because everybody has been learning about mice, but tablets and mice, they are two separate things. So let the CEO talk about it separately. We have the CEO of mice, we have that of the home mobile here. Each of them introduce their products.
Let me point that out.
That
I want to point out something.
okay,
Mr.
sir.
David, I think we can pause this if it's any character, right? The most important presentation on that day is which is the three products. Exactly.
Hello. And we have a major issue with lunch with some people. Those that are taking rice and this or that.
They can change it now.
There are little issues. The bill is too much. I don't know why the guy is giving us. I will use 50,000 to eat for just how many of us? Thank you. What's the meaning of that? Yes. But this loss of yes, on the very first, you are putting a kind of bread and you can talk now. See a kind of bread in front of you.
Yes, I don't get problems. I don't get problems. I'll be support them.
On a lighter note, yes, to continue, we have a major part of this meeting, which is the introduction to the review of the Maistrade portal. So the portal is very, very important. The reason why you need to listen to the portal is that when you get to your state, you have to put the stake coordinators, all of them, you have to put them through on how the portal works. So I'm going to call on Mr. David Odubanjo to give us a review on the portal. Please, Mr. David. Over.
Now you see how we go to
Speak your loud.
without saying what I am. Yes.
If I don't know people, I'm like, maybe because of this thing.
People have
What has been stopped?
You have to tell people to calendar. People have drugs. You have to tell them.
Because you're confident.
Yeah.
I'm your confident.
Yes, we are back.
Let's go.
So please, post on the group that we are back live.
What you do?
Where are you?
Yes, like. Three o'clock, almost 3.
You enjoy it.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm going to
Pé ilé ṣe wá interpret ọdún láì ọ̀fẹ́ yìí ẹjí lẹ̀ yìí ní ẹ kò bá ka ìjẹ̀ṣà náà ní ìjẹ̀ṣà wọn kárí ọdún. Kí n bá ti wí bẹ́ẹ̀. That is why Mr.
Very short. You will see how. What are you looking for?
I was just waiting for more people to complete it.
Okay, I want to one now.
Yeah.
1 year, 1 year.
No, I will share on Zoom. There's no project here. I will share on Zoom so you can see it on your device. So Zoom is better, it's more real time. YouTube has a bit of lag. Okay, yes, like, okay, we've been talking about the Maistrade platform, this platform has, how long have we been developing? Really, really long time. And I'm glad that we finally have some part of it ready. So the entire Maistrade platform broken down in pieces. I will very helpful. Yeah, so I would encourage all of you to log in to the Zoom link on the platform. So when I share my screen, you can all see what the platform is. Correct. We are launching, we are unveiling this tomorrow, but I'm just about to. I'm unveiling it tomorrow.
Are you is a group that you Zoom yes. I'm saying
I just we can see the right power. Can we see the screen?
Yes.
Turn your volume as possible so that there's no transcription. So just you
Who meets up? What we have?
Where? Okay, because there are two laptops there, and one of them.
It's not.
The last thing I will say is what is enough? Have to see that. Where is your camera?
Don't get down.
You have what about you there? Chief, I sent you. Okay, great. All right. Welcome once again. All right, so this is what Maistrade website looks like currently. The landing page. When you go to the browser and type maistrade.co, this is what you see. We have brought it down for one particular reason right now, for two particular reasons. First reason is that the pictures we took today, they are going up there. Today, they are already. That's why you see some of the pictures are not showing. Then another reason is what Mr. Adejare and I discussed yesterday evening. We initially created this platform for people to be able to log in, as you can see on this page on your screen. We created this platform for people to log in freely and create an account. But we have come to see that there are so many people who do not pay their registration. As long as they have an mobile account, we go and register them. So how do we curtail that? We had to have a super administrator. That's what we call it. A super administrator is somebody who validates people who are signing up. It's only after the super administrator validates that they now have access to the features of the account. So that feature is just being baked into the current. So this will be open to the public on Monday morning. We are going ahead with really like initially planned. So well, there's a home page and where you can see basic information about Maistrade. You can join, and if you're already a member, you can log in. There are other links at the bottom that you can also see the address of Maistrade headquarters and things like that. On the About page, you can read way more about Maistrade there. The story of Maistrade. Then this is where your pictures come with our team. So you can see they're just placeholders that are there currently. So all this data will go in this, so that by the time we are displaying it all, or after by the time we are displaying it tomorrow, everything will be there. Then you have the services page that will talk about assured invest and each of these tiles that you're seeing. We talk about these things. We talk about how this platform works. Yeah, there's also a benefits page that talks about the benefits of being a member of Maistrade. It's all there. Now, these are just the website, basic thing that any web designer can do. The crux of the matter today is the back end, the KYC portal itself. So let us go. After putting my email, mobile email, by the way, it doesn't accept any email that doesn't end with @mobile.com. I mean, just words, don't accept it. So, for those of you that want to be opening with your Gmail, like that guy on the group that he asked, what is this? What is your email? You wrote Gmail. No, you have to use mobile.
I think that's a chart. It will make sense.
For this.
It's better.
Okay, so after putting in the email, what is doing? There's no means to reduce your body before you go. Right. So
I want to see life is
good. So this is what the dashboard looks like. It's very, very simple. Basic farmers are going to use this, so it needs to be as simple as possible. This is what the dashboard looks like. You'll be able to see the status of your KYC if you've already started doing it. Like this person is doing meaning it has not been approved by the super administrator that we mentioned. This account type is a basic account. There are multiple different accounts based on who you are in the organization. There's a regular member, there's a coordinator, the local government coordinator, senatorial district coordinator, state coordinator, regional coordinator, you'll be able to see it under this tab, titled accounts type. Then you'll be able to see what is next for you to platform. Like this person, he has not done his KYC yet. So that's what is showing that the next step for him to actually take on this platform. Yes, KYC. Yes, very good. Thank you very much for reminding me. I remember somebody mentioned one day. Yes. Now it is not know your customer, it is know your member. Yes. Pardon me. So this is just the basics of what the platform offers already. So after you see all this, you can also go and check your KYC information, where you can put in your full name, you can put in your farm location, your farm size, and value chain that you work with. Do we get those points? Your full name, farm location, your farm size.
Don't get farm location.
Instead, farm location.
If they don't have location, don't have farm location. As in, your own is business, not farm.
Okay, your own is a business, not farm. You can just put it, okay, I think you have to. Alright, I know about that.
But like somebody that is not a farmer.
Yeah, I get that. For people who are doing MSM, who are MSM,
Processors are not farmers.
yeah. I think what we should put is business location. That's what we should write. Yeah. For those who have other businesses, yeah. So we change it to business. Thank you very much. So farm type is basically value chain. That's what we change farm type to value chain. So for like you mentioned, people that are MSMs, for instance, yeah, they might not really be into agriculture like that. So they can do whatever else. So there's
That area that is farm size.
yes. So for farm side,
They drop that, they just keep whatever one.
that is why we give them instances here. Crop, livestock, fixed. Because if you create a drop down, what happens to someone who is an MSME and probably what it does is give it? You understand? Well, we'll have to come up with so many things for that one. So the KYC process is very simple. After these details, you click next step, it takes you to verification, which is where you input NIN and BVN, and it automatically verifies BVN and NIN formulas. Does that validation automatically. Then you can now upload documents. Like if your business is registered, your CAT, you can upload it there. You can upload even things like proof of address there. Things that prove that your business incorporation. Okay, cooperative certificate, yes, certificate of incorporation, things like that will be uploaded there. Because remember, this is a KYM part. People who are going to see this service, who are going to plug into our API, have to be sure that we verify this business already. So that's what the KYC verification is. The profile page here, you'll see everything about your profile and account details here. That is what the profile is. And then settings, you can also create preferences of what you want to see on your overview page and things like that. That's what the account settings page is for. Like we said, it's a very, very, very basic platform. We want it to be as easy to use as possible for the farmers. That's why we created it. So simple like this. I don't think anybody needs even what I'm saying now to understand everything that you don't need. It basically just forms to fill, and you're done. It's that simple. Now you see what I have just presented. Supposed to be half of this one. There are three phases. This is half of this. The second half is where we have the membership directory, where you can go and see any member anywhere they are based on their religion. So if I am a member, I'm yes, I'll probably do that about the hammer now. So I'll come on that hammer. So if you are looking for a lead at my farm, you would go there and check. You can click the drop down and go FCD all the local governments, and then you pick all the cooperative that that is phase 2. That is not all yet. We are projecting, we are another to know when that will be up. To know when that will be up. The second part of the phase. Now, phase 2 is where we start incorporating some of the banking that are needed for the farmers. Like we said, the cooperative law of Nigeria allows cooperative farms to be available. And that's where I come to the question as how we're going to give the example of getting money. So we are creating 2 banking plans. The first of them is full forms. The second of them is called full collect. Now, full forms belongs to organizations that are only cooperatives and companies who are registered can use full forms like a business account for businesses. Then we have full wallets, which is for members of those organizations. You understand? Did you guys get those two apps? So think about money point. There's money point. I think we'll be at the same thing. The app you use for different from the app. So in the instance of the microfinance partner that gets money, anybody who gets money out to that would use the gold platform to access all money from Maistrade. You hear that? In order to give this money to ordinary people, these people have to register an wallet app as a member of that organization. You get it? So the money is not even leaving Maistrade.
We can see the
We are
money.
seeing everything. So they are not even allowed to set their interest rates higher.
We cannot.
They can even decide to bring it. We allow them to be able to bring it. If someone wants to do to 11%.
Meaning that they are issuing out. We'll be seeing it on our system.
But I'm just saying it on our system. The money does not leave.
The money is ledger that is created.
The person wants to tell you the system.
If you are using First Bank, I'm using First Bank, I want to send money. Doesn't CBN doesn't. No. The ledger account balances that are being.
It's within the same banking system. Because they are using Wema, which we are using Wema. So everything.
It's not even that they are using Wema, you are using Wema. You have your own Maistrade account number, like as you Maistrade in the bank.
So meaning that when you open an account,
that is it, which is the component app.
Yes.
That is it.
Yes.
Every member of Maistrade will have two wallet app.
Yeah.
That's the app that will manage all the finances as an individual.
okay.
Now, as an organization who gives loans to these individuals, say for instance, I will in my community, I want to register it so that people in my community can get cheap loans. I will register on what app.
As a micro,
Get money.
when I collect 10 billion naira,
I will collect
that money is God.
Yeah.
Who they say I'm there?
Yeah.
You don't go there.
If I want to give loan to anybody, the person has to register on it.
Yeah.
Under
A
my
good word.
organization.
Yeah.
So when the person registers under my organization, I can now give the person.
That's a good one. But then, I am bringing a microfinance bank for come on, let's Maistrade for Maistrade. You not just come in, collect the 5 million and go back. And let's go.
No, which man?
I am bringing a microfinance money to come and collect 5 million from Maistrade to lend to their members at 12%, and they are collecting at 9% for us. So I'm not asking if you need the man,
Cannot understand it.
I'm providing technology. That's So that is phase of the ecosystem, the financial capability. Trust me, this platform is going to send banks back. Most of the microfinance banks will be back in projects. Because these internal transactions, these transactions, to be transaction level, they cannot be taxed EMT like this. So we are not paying electronic transfer level like CBA. Everything is going to be
By virtue of the cooperative law, because by cooperative.
So if I want to move some money to you from my wallet to your wallet, I'm not paying.
As many as possible.
I'm
No
criminal or not.
So that is what phase 2 is going to be. Financial, we are typing phase 2, financial inclusion. That's what the title of phase 2 is. Now, phase 3 is called aggregation. And phase 3 is very key to what farmers do in the field, because phase 3 is basically becoming your big extension of.
That's phase 3.
Yes. Becoming your big extension of track on your phone. Now, this is where you need the whole mobile app. They are very important at this. And the reason why they are important is it's not every device, just like it was saying, but not every device that will have carrying this multiple apps that will be installing, pre-installing mobile devices. You will have farm monitor, you will have e-network pay. So many apps. All of these apps, we just made it. So farmers will be able to extract via that app. These are all apps that are coming in. There are about 12 of them.
All those apps, then the gateway is accessible to everybody, or there is a limit to where they can go, and there's a limit. There is what some people can access, like a state coordinator now. There's a limit to what he can access, than what a regional can access, than what a local government can access.
Yes.
Within the app, there should be several gateways.
Yes.
In which what a local government can
We are putting down. Identity can it was like
Identity profiling.
Identity profiling.
That's what it is.
You see, it's
Yes.
yeah.
What the regional coordinator will see what the law is. Because what the government will see what it depends on the right and privilege.
You get it down, get it down.
Why the two of them? I mean, three of you. They are what we call super administrative. I can see and see everything you have access. And obviously, when your team gets expanded, you have more, because it's not you focusing on you at the same time, focusing on microfinance, at the same time. Exactly. So it will be broken down. That is phase 3. We call it the aggregation, because it is basically it's going to send aggregate extension officers back. There will be absolutely no need for extension officers again when those apps come out.
No job for them. Because we see everything on the app.
We will still have need for leadership
Okay. So yeah, I have the document on. I'm trying to put it up that gives me the total number of apps that we are going to review. There are many. I think there are about 2. Yes, sir. Yes, I'm wrapping up already.
No, it's for
Okay, let me just run through. We have mice food.
Mice.
Mice food. First one. Yes, first one. This app connects consumers of food directly with Maistrade, so they can be able to order food bulk or retail from the app. That's the first one, Maistrade. The second one is called Maistrade. It's basically for management of Maistrade. COOP. Yes, COOP. So management of cooperatives. So cooperatives will give you things like board resolution, voting, and all that. Yeah, without this kind, you have a virtual meeting.
You can have their virtual meeting on
The app.
Wow.
That's all Maistrade.
That's nice.
Yeah. Then we have Maistraders. Yes. Remember Maistraders. Remember when mice buys this ball, mice is also going to tell you. All the people that took go to mice or Maistrade, mice is still going to have to sell this. So here, traders can go and buy things from mice and buy things from the mice warehouse. That's what Maistraders mean. So I'm a retailer now.
Okay, you're a retailer.
And I want to sell watermelon.
Okay.
Mice has some farmers that have planted watermelon and collected their harvest and sell in their warehouse. I am a trainer, I'm a retailer. Watermelon.
Storage facility.
That's for my it's all the technology.
Technology for storage as well.
And hardware technology for storage. Yes, but this is the software of course now. Yes.
Everything that's software and hardware. In business, software.
The only hardware I have that's the only hardware I have. Okay, you tablet the phone for then yes, number 4, we have the tractor app that I just mentioned about. Yes, tractor app. Then we have now where you mentioned that bring somebody to collect the loan. What is there for you? We have the Mice BAVSP's app. Mice BAVSP app. VSP app. This app is meant for value chain service providers that connects, these people connect farmers to vendors, lenders to borrowers, things like that. So for instance, say, I want to register on football. So what percentage this app money as a value service provider? That's what it's about.
No, I'm asking. Okay. It's going to be so voluminous for us to be diving into the area of the father, how much is paid for me, how much is that for us to handle.
That is why it's automatically handled by
the system. Once you introduce somebody and you put your name there and
that name or cooperative name or it's your ID number.
Once the person signs up,
it automatically enters your Mice. What that's what it is. BASP. Yes. BASP. Yes. VP. VAS. What is the stands for? Yeah. This document that you love that there is. So after that, you now have Mice Healthcare. Mice Healthcare.
Healthcare.
Yeah. It provides health insurance.
Mice
Healthcare provides health insurance.
How many are we? 12.
Yes. So you have that.
They provide health insurance.
Yes.
Like what do you call it? That's
like NHIS. National Health Insurance. Yeah, it's like an HMO. But it's a bit different because one app manage. So you know all those things where somebody will go to the person is unconscious and the hospital doesn't have this data. How do they know what blood type? How do they know what blood group? How do they know all these things they made that register on app? And I remember speaking about integrating multipurpose across the country. Yes, so that they have special devices that are NFC enabled. So that when you tap your phone or your ID, your Maistrade card on some of the devices, your health profile can pop up in your system.
Okay. So you are the one that will upload your profile.
You feel it.
You feel it.
Now, as you are getting healthcare in some of these things that are recognized by minds, your profile keeps updating automatically. It knows that, oh, okay, this person is on diabetes. Because the last time they was diagnosed with diabetes, this person is on the last time when they were diagnosed with BP, the platform knows this. And so they will have special receivers, NFC receivers at this hospital. Where if you tap your phone or your ID card, your Maistrade ID card, you'll be able to see your entire health. So that is what the Mind healthcare app is for. Yes.
But mine's are taking everything.
Everything.
I'm just saying it.
So these systems, some of these apps have been merged into. We are also launching Maistrade app. It's supposed to be Maistrade. Education. This app basically gives you access to unlimited resources about business development, agriculture, as much resources as you could take courses on how all of these things to be available for you free of charge as a member of Maistrade. So this is just a hint to what phase 3 is. I'm sure before we even start developing phase 3, there will be more additions.
This mice edge, is it among the top?
Yes. So there were some who were initially separate apps, but we merged into each other. For instance, the BASBP app was supposed to be different from the BDSP app. BDSP is the Business Development Service Provider. So it's meant to be, but now we merged them together. So therefore, people that prepare and take loans and whatever my system. Then there was also supposed to be a Mice Auditors app. Auditors app. This app was supposed to help you with your audits. You're supposed to send an accountant partner. But we have integrated these two boards and wallet apps. So that it does your audit. That's just so what does an accountant do in this that age? They pick up your bank statements and pick up your inventories and reconcile, right? They balance it together. So you put wallet app and you put they already manage it. Now, being on the same platform with Maistrade and the other whatever business you are running in Maistrade, they can speak to each other and automatically do your audit.
What are telling in a nutshell that on that auditors app, you should be able to provide me my balance, you should be able to provide me my balance sheet, you should be able to give me
your tax report.
The tax report, the creditors are mapping, the debtors are mapping, everything is doing for me automatically. That will done because me and the CEO went somewhere. What we got there, the manager of the bank was telling us that somebody brought an app and that app is for market women. They will put all their transactions into that app. That app automatically gives them the status of their account at any point in time. So the bank also see the status of their account. So they will know whether they can loan them or not. So while he was saying, I was telling them, we need this app to say, let's finish our transaction, further ask them.
There are many of such apps now, friend. But what makes ours superior is this market may not have time to deliver all these transactions. But because the POS that they are using, everything they are using is provided by Cooperative, it automatically knows all the transactions they've done.
So you now separate all the transactions
with the help of AI.
With
the help of AI.
With the help of AI. So also do trading profit and loss for AI at the same time. Yes, let's not do that.
So with the help of AI, it automatically creates a trial balance. Everything knows the transaction happen. And through your Maistrade app, it knows how much exactly this person got and paid, how much this person sold and was paid. It knows it through your Maistrade app. So it reconciles the accounts automatically. Yeah. So, and it doesn't end there, it goes on and on. For people who are into properties, for instance, there's an app there's supposed to be an app that can help you buy and sell properties, rent properties. But now we are trying to relate our effort. These apps are many. So I just introduced that app that's being developed by somebody currently. That app blew my mind. The name of the app is Crips. Crips. K-R-I-I-P-S, as in Crips. C-R-I-P, my Crips. So he turned it to K-R-I-I-P-S. Now, what Crips does is the main unique selling point of that. Oh, I want a house now. I know I'm going to I'm matching my preference. So I rent it out. That's the main unique selling point.
That I need a house.
Like that costs 5 million. I can't pay 5 million.
I can pay 2.5. You do for that.
I pay 2.5 million. Yes. They do it all about that.
You the same house or you?
If it's 2 bedroom, you take 1 bedroom. I know someone is doing 3 bedrooms like that. 1.5 million. Each place is 500,000. 1 bedroom.
Even if you don't know the person.
So that is why the app is good. You can feel an entire persona of yourself. You have to feel an entire persona of yourself. So if this person looks at you, the person says AI spots the kind of profile you get. I can match you based on your preferences. Looks okay. Match them.
Now, this is another thing about it. You don't pay attention. You don't pay attention. You don't pay attention. In Abuja, you pay 20% agency for renting house. You want to rent house, you pay 20% agency. The platform charges 5% matching fee. 5% matching fee. Like your house should be 1 million naira, 2.5. Okay. Like your house should be 10 million naira, 2.5. 5% of the amount. I want to buy the house. I want to stay. You don't pay for that. Who takes you there? You don't pay for that. They have their own agents that they work with that understand how the app works and see that this app is going to pay for them. So you just give them their number and the phone number of the person that go there. Everybody uploads the houses they have. Yes, exactly. So the landlord is not going to cut a deal behind the back of the house. Once the house is scared, that's how they have to live.
So we are integrating this app into the Maistrade ecosystem.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons why it's on a KYM platform. Because it creates a user persona for it. So that app doesn't need to go and start creating user persona again. All it has to do is integrate our KYM into it. So anybody that wants to register on that app, you have to register through Maistrade. So that I can create that KYC. That KYC is what's needed.
So, Mr. John is asking another one. Is it matchmaking a man that's looking for wife? And we get
But there is the possibility. So that is, and also, it doesn't necessarily have to match. I'm looking for it, the house of rent. I don't want to pay that they are ridiculous. I come to the app, tell the app, I want to rent from you.
I don't want to bend you. Sorry, one minute.
State your preference. It does that.
which is okay.
Which do. Now, what completely blew our minds about the app, it does the same thing
So
for short letters.
for short letters.
So I am in Ife now. I want to stay over in Ife. Yeah, that is stay. Short letters. They are asking for I don't stay there.
If there's something that's in the middle of you,
Well, it depends on the user persona you have. So it depends on that. So then on the app, the preferences you are looking for is in a match.
the man.
So if I don't want a woman, a man.
You want a woman.
I want a woman, I don't want a man. And it also hold on, it also protects the other person. Because what if the person says, oh, if David says, oh, yeah, I don't want to do it. So you won't match with her. You won't match with her. You won't match with any lady that doesn't know. So you will see that if the lady wants a man, two of you are looking for each other. So that is the app that we are doing. That is for the property aspect. So number 10 is mice legal. You said what? Mice legal. It's beautiful because they are now.
Oh.
And this app is even half already. My junior brother and AI. It's very advanced.
How does that make a home?
Let me explain. He has currently built an app that's better than IBM was. IBM was the world's first AI-powered legal library, where you can ask IBM what's in about any law in any country. Yeah, to answer you. It was the world's first AI. My brother built something. He partnered with the Global Center for Law Business run by in Abuja. And we have the largest library of Nigerian law in Nigeria. Fast-paced history and everything, and then it that AI. That AI. Don't become John. Everything about So this you want to generate an entity. You want to generate an entity between me and this person. It's not like not like this. I can ask you for a backbone, but I will share with you.
Really, I think that one comes live.
Lawyer.
You don't need lawyers.
To go and represent you.
Just you
And you can
represent yourself, but you can represent to speak to yourself.
exactly. So that is what
No, the worst part, the worst part is you can take your taste and put it into it and tell them about it.
yes.
It will give you all the things related to your face that never happened. Just to something on Saturday. All the things all the previous steps. Such things will be wrong. You go let it be wrong.
The judge does not need much time.
If the judge judges wrong your case, you can go and tell the judge this how to have like this. So this is tell you how to appeal and tell you what to like and judge it wrong. Yes. That power.
You know the
You know that. We are involved. Because
It is at the speed you can do it.
all these things I'm saying, and it goes through all your cases, reasons for your case. So I want to generate an NDA between me and Mr. Dech, and I want to do this second of this.
you guys want to have labels. It's just in this meeting.
Because everything
At the end of the day, somebody or everything today. And so do everything someone will send it to you. Someone will meet you. Yeah, please.
So that is what Maistrade is going to be.
That is what would that be like?
Maistrade. Well, like I said, it's already we are done already. It's just to publish.
So Maistrade. Once you are on Maistrade, you have access.
Maistrade. Yes. The same mobile email that this will not to Maistrade accounts. It's just like using Google to sign in. No, when you go to some website, you say sign in with this. Not like sign in with.
So it's not our Google. That's
Google Plus.
So we have my securities. That is where what you said about getting trading data comes in. So my securities under the Assured Invest methodology is where somebody can invest, for instance, take the tractor platform. Someone can invest via data in different value chains in Nigeria, different people who have their business kind of Maistrade that need investment. So they are not looking for what they want is investment. Yes. People who have money and don't want and load on to that account and decide to invest, like a stock market. Wow. That's what Maistrade is. Now we have delivery. 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 Yes. I think that basically explains what your bad rider sending things interstate.
All this one have.
Sorry?
Wow.
Exactly. If you are sending a bag of rice now, you have to meet with the person like I mean, the Spanish person you are giving. That one will carry it.
So the search for it on the app.
Yes. Now, what makes my difficult is I can be a trader on I don't have shop. I don't have. I'm sitting here in my house. I receive order on my Maistrade app. Somebody is ordering the Maistrade. Remember, there's another app that is for produce. So somebody is retailing, he wants to buy one watermelon. I say, okay, I give that watermelon. Yeah. I don't have the solution. I'm registered on the Maistrade app. Now, somebody orders for my watermelon. The Maistrade guy get notification. So somebody has ordered my Maistrade app. The delivery guy goes to the warehouse, pick it ready, and take it.
On this note, let's give it a standing of waiting. These are the 12 hours. Bravo! Bravo,
These are the 12
you cannot have 12 hours inside one
mobile device.
device. They are made for that. They are made high. Let's be clear. Too much. Is it actually extra okay, to talk it out with him. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's all we are looking at.
Yes. That is phase 3.
That's TV of it. So
Huge.
when I want to get to that is next year.
Yes.
There's 2, but
Phase 2. So we are looking at, like I said, like I was telling Tia, and I'm happy as it's in the hands of 12. It's in the hands of 12. So we are projecting for us to finish with this phase, that second half by next year.
Next year, for phase 3. I can assure you, we see this one at next.
It's possible. It's possible. So those are the 12 apps, and that concludes my presentation.
I love that. That's a very wonderful. Okay. This is a lovely presentation. If you are not in home mobile, if you are not in Maistrade, no, you are missing. No, it's missing. By the time you get to your location, I'm sure you'll be able to tell somebody that training was mind blowing. Seriously mind blowing. It's worth it because you cannot have 12 apps in a single system and you are not made. It's a taboo. So at this point, we are going to go on a short break before we come for a long break before we come for the final part. This final part is very, very essential. It's to talk about loan management. Those that want to collect the loan, how do you manage the loan? What are what you need to watch out for? So if you hear your name, let me call it. If you hear your name, please follow this my sister to go and eat. Mr. Timothy Owolabi, follow her. Follow her. Olamide Abiodun Owoeye, follow. You're going to lead them to that place. Mr. Taye, Madam Taye, follow. Mr. John Yes. Hello.
I see.
Ole. Alpha, you are fresh now. You are not tired again. But that belly they scare me. Sit down now, sit down with your gun now. Sit down. Yes, we want to go on the last note. And this is how, what's the time now? 4:42. By 6, we will be able to be done. That's roughly an hour, we are done. We're not going to stay up to an hour. The part 5 is about loan management. And the number 2 there, part 5, is organizational structures of Maistrade, Federation of Federation, explained in detail. Part 5, we want to talk about loan management. See, all this loan that we want to give out to these are people. There is a way we need to manage it. Because if you don't manage it properly, before Davis comes up with his own mobile, another thing, there is a way we need to manage the loan now. So I'll call on Oga. I should start. Hello. So this loan management, number 1, let's take note of very, very essential. Baba, hope you are listening to me. Help me call other people that are outside. Number 1, you want to give somebody in your local government. You want to give somebody in your local government 50 million. The local government coordinator is not aware. It's only the state that is aware. How are you going to monitor and trace the loan? Fine, we have said it all that the person will have to open an account in Wema under Maistrade. That is 1. 2, the person has to give us a drawdown schedule. Drawdown schedule in the sense that we are not going to draw, it's not the 50 million you will use at once. Give us how you are going to manage or you are going to spend the money month by month. But the Oga just gave me the drawdown schedule today. So we'll sit down with him to structure it and post it on the platform. How the schedule is going to run. But let us have it at the back of our mind that before the old mobile tablet comes fully into operation, we are going to use our organizational structure to monitor this loan. Organizational structure in the sense that from the local government coordinator to the senatorial, from the senatorial to the state, from the state to the regional, from the regional to the management, to the national. Now, if we want to disburse 50 million to a farmer in your local government, it is your duty and responsibility to make sure that the local government coordinator is aware of that transaction within that local government. If need be, the local government coordinator will have to go and visit the business or the farm before we upload it on Farm Monitor. Hello? Are we there? Because the mentality 90% of them has is that maybe we are requesting for loan, they will give us everything. They will do it what we want to do with it. After all, our own is to pay back. So if you pay back your money no loss now. No, that is not it. Because the day Oga dropped the bomb begin on the platform, I was receiving phone call like water that why will Oga say we should go and do drawdown? Is it not loan we apply for? there is one of us that applied for 40 million. He said he's not doing farm. All he's doing is SMS, MSME, and he's buying some products to some African country. That if you divide the money or you remove from the money or you give him half, is a shortage to him. I said, in what way is it a shortage to him? He said, the money will have used to ship the product at once. He will ship it halfway, then half by half, pay more money for shipping for so many costs like that. I said, okay, I'll talk to my Oga, Mr. Samuel, if you can talk to Oga. So that is the capacity of the equity contribution they can draw. So what are we trying to say? In essence, is that whatever money, whatever transaction, whatever loan you apply for, you should be able to give us a drawdown schedule. We're not giving you the whole money at once. We're not giving you the whole money at once. Maybe when Oga come, we come and shed light on those people that want to buy property for MSME, for their school and other things like that, because they want their own money at once. So they have some instances like that. But for those people that want to do business or that want to farm, it is important for the local government coordinator to go and look for locate the site of the business. Because if you don't locate the site of the business, if anything happens to the money, it is you, local government coordinator, who will force. Before we now call on the senatorial, what are you doing? That these people diverted this kind of money. They will now call on the state coordinator. We hit from the whole issue. Then before we now call on the regional. So everything comes down like that. So number one, we should take note that the organizational structure of Maistrade must be aware of the loan that you are giving out. Number two, you have to do your drawdown schedule. So it's from the drawdown schedule we know how much to give you per month, if it's per month, per quarter, like that. So every other thing that are so important, well, we'll let you know. Somebody called me during the week. I'm coming, sir. Somebody called me during the week and said, you people are talking about loan. I said, nobody is talking about business plan. I said, nobody is talking about business plan. But our guy is talking about business plan. But he's saying we should wait because the business plan we are talking of, we are the one that will even write it for some of them. I don't know why it's like that, but that was what the CBO said, that we are going to write it. We are going to get a professional that will write the business plan for some of them. So,
let me answer with assurance that I have answered you. You not answer with assurance.
The issue is no, it's not that I'm not answering the person with assurance. The issue is this: the person has to, you have an idea of what you want to. Then write the little you know about your business. And then send it to us. Then we have to develop it. So what I'm trying to let you know. I'm trying to let him know that we are not the one. We are not going to depend on your own business plan. So we are going to write a comprehensive one on your behalf.
We bring out some skeleton.
So bring out the skeletal part of it, and let's see what we can do and do the costing. Then another aspect that's very, very important. That okay.
I think the management,
Like
support.
what?
There should be a format, format, which guides the not take will obtain that will bring a sort of situation. It's not a monument. The staff will do that. They will bring it to the local coordinator to sign or any so that the awareness and that document should be kept as a group. The reason is that they should be willing to be very, very much conscious that yes, this one is not indeed.
Then grants.
That others are also in
Yes.
and you really want to see them succeed. Whoever you help like that, you might not understand it from concept, but by the time you do that, there is organogram of connections. Then when you decide, you haven't been vetted by the local government coordinator, you know there will be this budget action. If you know you need the money behind April, you need the money at the end of April. When you start, they will be told, yeah, your money is there, but you cannot start money until maybe end of April. When all these offices will have been taught, the last measure he or she can go out of it. It will really assist us and it will really bring cautionary measure to any short
Any other person will take it. Okay, sir. I want to bring this kind of example. A certain people who are actually trying to be smart and saying, so they see the picture that you're walking to a organogram or as accessing them. That's it. Let's go to the national. So when I'm guessing, how do you do? Come again. I realize Maistrade is now more. I'm coming from one. I'm big enough. So now I'm dealing with them. So meaning that whenever I was there, never came to. So meaning if we do not do our own work and invite back to the local government, automatically we don't create. Voila. Okay.
There's a scenario what he said, and it's in that one I said. Yes.
Okay.
The more is not. No, I'm what I did, and what I people know that they are not can give me through. But it's now I'm government
Coordinating.
now he just called this money. Money is ready. Say then so what you have is secretarial coordinator. Let me know now I'm one that is one that is fund. I'm the one that fund him. So he's going to I don't know who don't do that. Go to your secretarial coordinator.
As a local government coordinator.
It's a local government coordinator.
Okay.
Go to the secretarial coordinator. The secretarial coordinator will get to the state coordinator and will get to me.
Which
is
what honorable friend I have just talked to the central coordinator and that central coordinator give me breakdown of everything.
Okay.
So if the channel did not go that way, you know, it will be like you.
Because if you don't follow that channel, there will be fraud.
Apart from fraud, we will not make the organogram to be functional.
Yes.
Okay.
We will not even be able to enforce the structure of that. Like you mentioned, what will happen if that person has statement?
How many of us are examples by you?
Someone that has religion to manage. I feel like this thing needs to be explained properly to them. Everybody who wants to get a loan from Maistrade. And I would suggest that we have flyers that has a structure detailed on it. Can be a flyer, can also be in physical form.
Okay, yes.
Exactly, something that explains this structure. You want to get a loan, yes, okay, contact the secretarial person, sorry, contact the regional person, just to find out who your local government is. And when the part 2 of phase 1 comes up, where anybody needs it, look for local government go to that website and look for who your local government is. That's the question. Like, I will not jump this time. Stop. That's why.
Thank you.
Maybe another question.
Okay.
If there's going to be any maybe from that space, that would be the secretary of local government president, senatorial, the space for you'll see all those. That is maintained. Everybody will be forced to
Go to roots. Give am my okay. Mr. Kalu.
When the voucher is before it gets through, you get the national before
And see, you don't need about that. That's what I'm saying. The same fire that tells them about it. You can be a bottom aspect like they form. So you know that aspect. So you open bank account. You see for official only. So you don't see the government for the name of papers. State coordinator names, secretarial coordinator names. You must meet everybody and let them. To get loan from bank, they should be willing to. They're not willing for it. They're not willing.
No, personally, I'm surprised that this is coming on.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that this is going on. No, I'm surprised it's gone because of the what we do. But all this one we have been in this meeting, that's what I thought is structure. Yes. Because the bank has only saying that it is going to be from bottom to the top. That we are going to first of all meet the local government, from local government, then to the central, then to the state. So I'm surprised that this is going on. Yeah.
You know why you are surprised? You are surprised because that 6 a.m. meeting we've already been doing. That one at top.
Okay.
We are not going to the practical aspect of
Yes,
your
sir. Because my own mindset was that
you know your the way you know. Hear me well. They want to drop the gun.
Then you allow it. You want to give them.
That is what I'm saying.
If you know they will not allow it, that's why they are saying it.
I am happy you mentioned that system.
You are done by God,
Okay, but there's absolutely no why we should be happy. This money was so. I think the highest was 9 or so.
So it was 1,000 for the million.
No, this money was great. And when we have been close to 1,000, it is that same thing that translates to what is going on. Which they were reaching how many every part and the problem. We are about 1,000 false. After 1,000, the problem is, I mean, the truth, all of them is the question, and we're going to do it. There is when you put somebody, the person will show interest of working. The person will work, and the person will go down. Now, for you to, the person will tell you, I'm not interested. For you to replace that person, it takes some time. That is why we are not seeing that 1,000 as well. We are telling me about 900 people like that. You see, I told you I'm in the few. It's not that I'm in the few. There's something that I also maybe when it comes up on the digital format, let it be that when anybody fill a form and draw, everybody. But why I am saying it is so that some time it might be that this form goes no. I have dropped it. Only I have dropped it because this person who act on it did not see. So if you see that once this person hit this form from the regional down to the local, everybody knows the form is training. So it's easy to follow up on when the
So that's why we have said that everybody has to sign. Because for everybody to sign the government. Is it the one? That's what I see. The second one. I will say.
Okay, thank you very much. See, the fish start rotting from the head, not from the tail. Success of the loan is achieved before the loan is not after. The loan that will fail happens before the loan was bought, not after the loan. It is if you do your job well before the loan will be bought. You don't need to kill yourself about before if you did your job well. It is when you have done shortcut before the loan is bought. That is when that is rewarding your head on how to get. That is why this particular chapter is very, very proper loan management. Okay? You remember what I said in we are not for that Christmas. See, I've consistently said that the most important person on this our value chain is who? Now, I've also explained in detail when it comes to membership. First level is to become a member. You become a member when your form get to us, whether you have paid or not, no concern us. First is you become a member because your basic data is with us. So first step. Next step is to become a financial member, which means that you have paid your 10,000 naira membership. The next step is to become a verified person who will do the verification is your local government. And what the local government will do is to take that form, come to your house, and verify that every information on that form is correct. Take a picture with you in front of your house and upload the picture, giving us the geo map of your house. That gives us we know your house. We have verified that information that is provided. It's reality. That is when your KYM really starts. Now, he verifies that. It doesn't matter where you were journeying, came through regional or came through. that form is going to be sent to the coordinator who is coordinating where he lives. Whether it is from up or from down, he will still be under a local government. Who must know him. Now let's come down to loan. When before a loan is bought, the person who applied for loan, the local government body, and the BDSP will be involved in the business. The person who has the business must know this. The BDSP must know this. Business Development Service Provider. Every loan to be disbursed is under the portfolio of the BDSP, because he's the one that will manage the life cycle of that business. And the BDSP and the local government body. In some cases, there's a fourth person of which is the Agric Extension Officer. Listen, you know, how many people involved in this business? Business owner, local government coordinators, BDSP, and Agric Extension Officer in the business and active business. All right. So we understand the business. Now let's assume that this phase has passed. There will be no delay, because once we approve the money, the man will be seeing the money in his account. But he cannot draw shishi until the business plan has been done. He might get some small money just to show and say, well, this money is real money. But if you think that he can now wake up and write check that begin to buga according to him, it's a lie. It's a lie. He cannot divert the money to anywhere. Number two, the biggest crime you can commit in our ecosystem is for you to lie. I repeat, the biggest crime you can commit in this our ecosystem is for you to tell me say you want to farm, whereas you want to import something for another land. You running, no possible. Because it will not be so me and you talk before the loan was. But to that point when they tell you, say, oh, it's a joke. You never know where it is. If you know from day one that what you really wanted to do was to import something to the land, that is what you would have known that from day one. Not telling us that you want to farm poultry. Whereas you don't know where the chicken lay egg. So what you plan to do was just use chicken, get the loan approval so that you cannot go and buy Vendam pig in the market, so you can do sharp. So you can make sharp money. Then you should have told us from day one that what you want to do is to do Vendam pig for the market, so that we can package the loan for the market. This money we package now for poultry business, for our mama, not before the Vendam pig for the market, because the risk involved in those type of business are different things. Now, eventually, you apply for poultry business and you have finished the business of poultry, business plan, everything. Now you need to then do something else. Next step is you take the drawdown form and you fill out your expenditure according to what is in the business plan, including, oh, I am buying X bag of feed, I am buying this, buying that, buying that. According to our joint business plan, because our joint business with you. Okay. This is first page. You cannot also just wake up and buy the feed from anybody you can find. No, you don't need. No. You can only buy feed from suppliers that we approve. Suppliers that we approve. So, if you have a supplier that you prefer, collect the invoice from him and send to us. You check. You're not a supplier approved by us. Why? Why not approved and our ecosystem? We want to collect our money. This money will stop before we get that. So you have to be a member first. If you want to supply this thing, you have to be a member. Or we give a new supplier for the fire. Exactly. I said the same thing. And he knows that if he's supposed to supply fertilizer that has something percent quality, you go supply for something percent, you go no. To blacklist him, he has lost a big business. So we help him manage that. See? There's something we got to understand. When he finished his presentation, of you we understand, we see how expensive the network will be. That is why it's a value chain. A value chain is as good as the weakest point in the chain. Once there is one weak point in the chain, and then the chain is cut from. So you must check the chain to ensure say from end to end, the chain is not true chain. Because if you put rope for inside one of the chain, why does that chain? I want hold up, when you go down, or it resemble chain, but not the chain. The moment you apply small pressure, what will happen? Hold on. So when we say that input supply will be managed, we are not joking. No. We will not allow you, because that input management is the cocoa of money. So anybody who thinks that we are not serious, oh, earn money, not be so. Not be so. But if you follow what we say, you will sleep well. And we are saying we want to sleep well. If you then want to show us your answers, we beg you, manifest. Not be so with the work. But our core is sincere and serious coordinators. Because if coordinators begin to collude with members, that's our biggest problem. Because they are our eye and our hand. Now, when the eye and the hand get problem, why are they? Because they can now begin to corrupt the system. So, we will not just dismiss those money allow you. That is why this platform has not gone live once year. Because the different components must be in what? Including transaction management system. I repeat, if you check documents, I will show documents as far back as 2012 describing our transaction management ecosystem. David, document I sent to the home Bible, have you looked at that transaction management concept has been only given at the marketing side. I'm talking of the production management system. Look at that document. Look at your own mobile management. 2007. Because at the time we designed that thing, we didn't find any solution in the market that could do what we wanted. We had to now design our own framework ourselves to be able to track the money. The moment you lose track of the money, you are in a dark box. And people don't obey rules because they like to. It's not because they like to. People obey rules because they don't have any shortcut to do what? To bypass the rule. What this section was supposed to actually discuss is to stress the importance of discipline on the part of everybody. Because some coordinators will try to be smart. That you like it or not. Our biggest problem is not the who you give money to. Our biggest problem is coordinators, our coordinators who will try to partner, let me use the word, partner with the beneficiaries. You find some loopholes that can be used to travel. Take, for example, the fund monitor platform. We tried over 3 years before we adopted it. They said they have learned. So the ecosystem we are building is second to none because we are taking time to see what can go wrong and then put in measures that we manage those issues. All those ones you are talking about is because we have not taken time to really digest what is involved. If we take time to digest what is involved, we will know that yes, we can't have 100% of how possible. But we will manage the success and so when you talk about loan management, it depends on the credit you are talking about. It depends. If it's the consumer credit, I think the money is there. Take it. I can tell you for free. This question came up actually. When they say, if I save 30,000 and I collect 1 million, and it's a sharp guy, I make sure that I shop 970,000 the first month before the 28th, and I talk my phone and switch off my phone. My SIM card will not be even be on. How would you track me? My answer was, we won't look for you because she will look for us. Everybody thought I was playing. But I won't have the energy. But what you do not know is that before we give you the money, we have already worked out how that 80,000 naira we pay back the 970,000 over time. So if you has proven to be fraudulent from day one, we won't look for you. We'll be watching you, but we have your staff. data we are collected from you will know you more than you know yourself. We just wait until we have recovered the money you have. What you do not understand is that what you've actually done is stolen from yourself upfront. And by doing so, you have demonstrated that you are not trustworthy. More. So, the person would not have known what we have discussed today about all other income opportunities that are attached to that identity. No, no, they don't do that. But today, you have seen that there are 12 arms that are tied to one identity. And if you like, go and get a different email story. You cannot enter the system anymore. Not possible. Once you have done your KYC, forget you cannot pretend anymore. Unless you haven't got what of your fingerprint? I get another fingerprint. Or what of your iris? I don't know. Your job, you know your job, as every human being have a unique job frame. If the system scan your face, not two faces, but it's even if not twins. God where they have you got pass us with the leg. So ultimately, what you find out is that you are actually shooting yourself. But at that time, it's already too late. Because once you blacklisted, you cannot break into the system anymore. So that's on the consumer side. So the consumer side is going to come. But we know that we cannot gain 100%. So at the initial, we don't only insure the loss that we will get. The only loss that we will get for insurance business, write them off. For the credit card business, write them off to insurance. You know, you lose. That's on the consumer credit side. So the consumer credit, the key to managing consumer credit is only one thing: proper KYL. Proper what? Know your member. And that is the work of the local government. But when it comes to production credit, the key to loan management is not know your member, because we already know you through the AYM. In this case, it is KYB. KYB, know your business. So the coordinator managing that business, the business development service provider managing the business, and the extension officer managing their business must know that business. That's the only way you can checkmate the excesses of the business owner when he wants to be. Because there are some nitty-gritty in the business that you and I might not know, because we are not in that. But people managing that business. Then two, follow the money. That's the word, follow the money. As much as possible. As much as possible. I repeat, as much as possible. How many times have possible?
3 times.
3 times. Solution is never do cash. Never do cash. And it will be on the loan agreement you are going to sign with us if you are taking a business loan, that cash transaction it is prohibited.
But how you do the big cash?
Simple. The cash transaction is a taboo.
Cash transaction is what it erased the transaction.
Yeah.
You cannot trace the transaction.
Because cash transaction puts you in a black box. Because there's no trace of what you're doing with the money. That's why you find that if you go to the development country, cash is discouraged by any means possible. Because all the cash in the world is limited to cash.
Easiest.
Nobody can
Constitutional drug business, so cash.
no pack your money.
See, when no one make government see. Why they hide? Because you are not you are hiding. That's why you don't know. Yeah. If you go hide money laundering,
Once they carry the boss, the exchange is like and if your president to continue, you are not giving up.
You have less than that.
I don't need 30. I have less than 5 minutes. So this is just this is just the beginning of that. These are measures, which is why from day one the biggest access we needed payment system. The jungle don't mature well now. Payment system don't do now. That makes it easier for you to do it. You know why it is important is because once you have choice of all payments, things go wrong when somebody directly begins to divert money. It is not at the result that you know. Now when that diversion starts, this is a specific problem. This is a specific problem for me.
I have one everything. I have my evidence. Nobody is.
That is why you see that thing we described, where see to make life sweeter, AI don't do now. Because when we started say AI don't do. Now, the system is so bad now that even when you're making the system, when you are making payments, because your payments were pre-approved, the moment you start diverting money, you will know before. You know how. So I can tell you, initially it might look like, oh, this is too rigid, but gradually people begin to understand that. First, we are not stopping, we are not taking your money anywhere, but we are trying to save you from killing yourself. I'm trying to save you. Because you might not know it. I wanted David to even be inside before I mentioned this thing now. The biggest problem of SMEs today in Nigeria, who will tell me what is the biggest problem of small businesses in Nigeria?
Five. Information to 10,000.
I'm seriously, I never hear what you want here.
Record.
Here, one singular problem that is responsible for the failure of over 70 to 80% of SMEs today is in Nigeria is what? Staff insincerity and staff fraud. Staff insincerity and staff fraud. It is so difficult to get staff that are sincere. As the case I had in Lagos was shocking. Person where get shop for shop right. person where he employed for work reported for work with his own POS.
You are shocked.
Reported from the day he do work with his own POS.
The very day.
The very day he reported for work, reported with his own POS. Within 6 weeks of working, he don't divert 5.something million to his own POS. Right. Why you suspect person when you start work? 5 weeks.
It's easier to so that was it.
Moreover, they will not differentiate the POS. They bring it.
No, we are with this. You can see POS account balance.
Everything.
I didn't know. Say, I know.
Someone now. It's a different place.
You shop outside that POS now. So how do you do that? How can you do all the brand of what you go
Starting from the day the year started out, the year started with.
With the
So, exactly what you are saying now. This one is that, sometimes some people don't come with cards or celebration and stuff.
Yeah.
I want a phone number.
Yes. So you say, cost money.
Yes, yeah.
She did it for about 2 months. Now, what my younger brother was running that for education. So he
notice the money flow.
noticed that the money is no longer flowing the way it's supposed to.
Yes. You come down to know your business, and it's not easy.
So what he now did was to look at the year's record. And no way I can export it because the whole thing.
Everything is straight.
The paper is complete.
But according to him, we know how he does. He was the person who let that their life at this place. He let them more than 1
Yeah.
So we should not go together.
That's imagination.
Not imagination, no. This thing don't go has go calculate and go check. Even though even from what the guest record. What he did was invite the person who referee. Then he gets someone kind of go teach. What the heck? Say, but God finance. Same with finance, but they have been doing this for fun. And the guy saying nobody can play this at
She prepared the first hour.
Those study the business one and business.
Yeah.
according to her, she has been Even those people doing party, when you are doing party, you see when they They don't carry your own money go.
As if they're watching movies. American movie. Okay. I want to go and watch one movie. They didn't like movie. The time if you can't catch me.
That's no, catch me if you can.
If you can,
Catch me if you can.
it's a real life movie.
That's me.
If you can't, what are you now? The boy from the beginning is checking American government or when they not catch him, the man will catch him, went to the prison and bring him out and make a member of FBI. Because he was so good. Aviation,
Den of thieves. That was den of thieves. Den of thieves. Where did the thief? The thief. Den of thieves. So, but you know why? This is why. In all of this, the solution is what is called BPA, Business Process Automation. Business Process Automation. You know, once you automate a business, software not the cooperative, unless you go. Once you automate a process, it's automated. Once anything go out of the way, guys will not say, oh, something is wrong somewhere. So, but we cannot claim we know it all. But the truth is, we must understand the way business is done. So what we just said is very important. Know your business very well. Know your members. Unfortunately, the system has produced too much thieves. Now, it's so bad now that people now appreciate stealing as a way of living. Actually, people now, otherwise, but any day, I sat one down and asked him, show me how many Nigerians have become wealthy by power. In the real sense of wealth, show me one. No, just show me one. No! Despite all the whole you are just you are so if that is what you want, I wish you the best. Go on.
But and they're clever. That's smart.
Why can't you use that cleverness to do something for yourself? So we need to, it's a matter of starting. We all said already. Build the ecosystem. Of course, we will weed out many who are fraudulent by nature. But which is why, if you look at it from top to down, we insisted on building your network, your personal network, personal connection. Build it. The moment we have that, we will encounter problems as we go, but we also find solutions. That's the truth. Definitely, we will find solutions. Oh, but we are not interested in people who are in need for the short run. People who are give opportunity to tell them, you are don't use carry on. But you will discover that you are actually the bigger fool. So you discover that you are actually the bigger fool. My wife, those who are work with me will tell you, I don't because I got a very sharp young man, say what our software person, everything. So I can't remember, I can't forget that because our chairman got us 5 million, was supposed to be an Indian person to write us the software. I got the everything, I gave me a free hand. Okay, give him money to pay for the software. You can't believe it that instead of paying for the software, instead of building software in his house. I kept on posting, oh, they will soon, the solution will soon go on. But how long will it take you alone to build a software that a company in China and India build? That will know what has happened. We have paid over 2 point something, almost 3 million years ago. But well, you have just destroyed the opportunity for us. So that's what we are saying. Please, there will be a lot of orientation, there will be a lot of like this. We are not in a dash race, we're not in 100 meters, we're in a marathon. And we run a marathon, we run a 100 meters. If you think you have seen it all, I'm joking. I won't see it now. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being that. It's important that we understand that we are the bedrock of it. Build the business and we will all be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for the studio. Thank you very much. That's a very good one. So at this point, I am pleased and happy to tell you that we have come to the end of the meeting.